College of Public Affairs and Development Knowledge Management Office and SED 217 class, both under the supervision of Dr. Evely Serrano. The year 2020 is unusual, disturbing, and most challenging for everybody and for all institutions, including the academic institutions, from preschool to graduate school. The pandemic is a game changer, forcing all of us to transform the way we do things. And indeed, we as teachers had proved highly adaptive as we migrated from face to remote learning. Of course, this change was accompanied by a lot of problems, criticisms, and even heartaches. Nevertheless, the academic institution and the teachers prove adaptive and resilient as we staunchly move forward to face the challenges head on that abruptly required us to learn so many things in such a short time. The challenge for us, however, is not just to be adaptive, but to prove that the educational sector is a leader in facilitating the transformation of our societies. This is why this webinar is very important, that we may learn from this experience, take stock of our strength, investigate our weaknesses, and sharpen our individual and institutional skills. I welcome all of you to this important webinar, which will present remote learning in various settings and invite you to learn from one another so that we can further sharpen the saw, as Stephen Covey would put it. I would like to commend all of you because I know that you are not only teachers, but you have also taken the challenge to be students at the same time and researchers for that matter. Of course, this is an added responsibility. This is an added challenge, but I know it also provides an added excitement in our lives. Happy learning, everyone, and welcome to this webinar. Stoics?
Thank you, Dr. Weng. Um, for the presentations, we will be having 7 presentations for today, all focusing on the learning strategies for remote learning and experiences of the teachers, students, and even parents on remote learning due to the COVID-19 pandemic. To give you an overview, um, Dr. Serrano and the KMO staff will be presenting the initial results of their study with the SIPA faculty and students. And after that, we will be entertaining about 2 to 3 questions after the presentation. This will be followed by 3 presentations from the class of Dr. Serrano, after which your questions on the 3 presentations will be entertained. Then there will also be another 3 presentations from the class of Dr. Serrano. And after that, the question and answer portion will follow. So there will be a total of 7 presentations. And we would like to remind our student presenters to, we are giving our student presenters 20 minutes for their presentation. Now for the first presentation. For the first presentation, the title is Facilitating Remote Learning in the New Normal, Experiences of SIPA Faculty and Students. This is the initial result of the research done by the KMO staff headed by Dr. Evely Serrano. Ma'am Evely?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So I hope you can hear me clearly. Okay, so as mentioned by Stoic, so we will be presenting the initial results of the research that we did on the remote learning experiences of our SIPA faculty and students. So the COVID-19 pandemic has ushered in great challenges, and we in the education sector are not spared, okay, from these challenges. Now, our new normal required us to innovate and update our teaching strategies. And this would enable us, okay, to address, okay, the learning needs of our students. Now, quite honestly, so we at the College of Public Affairs and Development were not really fully prepared, okay, for the challenges of remote learning. But of course, the show must go on, and armed with our available resources, um, great courage and determination, and of course our pure love for our students and our profession. So we accepted, okay, the challenge, this great challenge of facilitating remote learning. And so, okay, so moving on to the next slide. All right, so we held classes, okay, some of us held classes virtually. Okay, so even our students, okay, so this, by the way, is a screenshot of our recent class, okay. Most of us held classes virtually. So our students, okay, even presented, okay, their reports, okay, online, okay, and we invited, okay, guest lecturers since we were in remote. Guest lecturers to join us, okay, in our different learning tools, online learning tools, like we had breakout sessions, okay, in our Zoom meetings, and we made use of different, interactive tools like Kahoot, okay, wherein we have online, what's this, online quizzes, and then Mentimeter, okay, so to engage our students, okay. So in other words, the faculty, okay, tried their best, okay, to make use of these available resources to facilitate, okay, remote learning. So despite, okay, our, of course, limited resources um, and I must admit, limited, okay, knowledge also on facilitating, okay, remote learning. And so this research, okay, that was facilitated by the Knowledge Management Office of the College of Public Affairs and Development, basically explored the experiences, okay, of our faculty members and students, okay, in facilitating, okay, remote learning. So this is a two-part research study. So wherein for the first study, we examined the experiences and best practices in remote learning of UPLB faculty members for the first semester of academic year 2020 to 2021. Now, the second part of the study, okay, examined the experiences and perceptions of UPLB students in the conduct of remote learning in the first semester also of academic year 2020 to 2021. So the findings of the study are basically will be used I'll be presenting just the initial findings of our study. So later on, so we would still be processing, okay, some data that we have gathered, but all in all, hopefully we would be able to come up with recommendations, okay, that would improve the way we facilitate remote learning, okay, at CEPAF UPLB. So moving on with my presentation. Okay. Oops. All right. So I'll be presenting. Okay. So very quickly the respondents profile. Okay. I'll be presenting also the strategies and tools that we use in remote learning. Okay. And I'll share also the skills. Okay, in using LMS and teaching and learning tools. Okay. So this is from based on the perceptions of our faculty members, and I'll also present, okay, our findings regarding student satisfaction with the delivery of remote learning. And as I've said, this has been challenging for many of us. Okay, so I'll also be presenting the challenges that we have experienced, okay, while facilitating, okay, remote learning. And then I'll share with you as well our students' preferences, remote learning preferences, and most importantly, our way forward. So the suggestions, okay, from our faculty and students. So um, I know we have other educators here, okay, and hopefully you would learn something, okay, important, okay, or significant that you may be able to apply also, okay, in your respective institutions. So to continue, all right. So just to give you yeah a brief background, okay, of our what's this faculty, okay, our faculty members. So the average years of teaching of our faculty members is 10 years, okay. However, as reported by 8 out of 17 of our faculty members, okay, some of them have 14 years of teaching outside, okay, the College of Public Affairs and development. So by the way, so we have 21 faculty members all in all, and 17 out of the 21, okay, were able to accomplish, okay, our survey. Now, um, according to our respondents, okay, so 41% of them, okay, have prior experience in teaching courses in remote learning setup, while yeah 59%, so about most of us, okay, had no prior experience, okay, in teaching in a remote learning setup. Now, however, so even if that is the case, so 94% of us said that prior to the first semester, we attended, okay, remote learning related activities. So this was actually in preparation, okay, for the remote learning, okay, this semester. And during the first semester, so there were also other learning activities, okay, to help the faculty cope, okay, with the challenges of remote learning. And 82% of us, okay, were able to attend, okay, these learning activities, okay, uh, to help us, okay, cope with remote learning. So yeah, okay, so I think I skipped one slide. Okay, so there. Now for our student respondents, okay, okay, there. So most of our student respondents, okay, were from the Philippines. There were student respondents from Timor-Leste, Liberia, Myanmar, China, Indonesia, Laos, the Netherlands, Sri Lanka, US, and Thailand. 34% of our respondents, okay, were PhD students. 31% were masters or master in public affairs, okay, students. We had 19% were MS students. And since we offer service courses for undergraduate students, 16%, okay, of our student respondents, okay, were BS, okay, or undergrad students. Now, for the academic status, so 80% of them, okay, are continuing students, with about half of them, okay, part-time students, since our students are mostly, okay, graduate students. Okay, so next slide. All right, so in terms of the skills in using teaching and learning tools, so our faculty members our faculty members are at least knowledgeable, okay, of different what's this, teaching and learning tools, okay, such as Perusal, okay, Mentimeter, okay, Kahoot, and then of course we also know how to facilitate, okay, online polls. So you can see here, okay, so just to show you, to give you an idea as to our skills, okay, in using online teaching and learning tools. All right, so next. All right, so I think, did I skip a slide? All right, so here, sorry. So just to backtrack a little, okay, so in terms of using the learning management system, okay, so for the faculty members, all right, so many of us, okay, are comfortable, okay, using Google Classroom. So as you can see here, okay, in the results of our study. And then, so for Google Classroom, it's yeah, it's quite good. Okay, our skills, that is. And then for Edmodo, so similarly, so it's good also. And then here for Moodle, All right, so average, okay, and then good. And then for our students, okay, so they feel that in terms of, yeah, Google Classroom, so their skills are good, okay. And similarly with Edmodo, and then for Moodle, so it's an average, okay. But then we have some students who are, yeah, quite good, okay, with the use of Moodle, okay. So this is for the use of LMS, since our synchronous sessions, okay, make use of these different learning management, okay, systems. So yeah, so as I was saying earlier, so these are the different learning tools that we use in class, and our faculty members, okay, are, well, at least most of us, okay, are familiar, okay, with the use of these different learning tools. However, much still has to be learned, as you could see in the what's this the figure, okay, that I'm sharing with you. Now, in terms of students' satisfaction, okay, with the delivery of remote learning, so we can see here, okay, that yeah, many of our students are quite, satisfied, okay, with the way we deliver, okay, remote learning, with some students who are very satisfied. Okay, still, as you can see here, there are a few students, okay, who are neutral. All right, so few students also who are dissatisfied, and then very dissatisfied. But at least the results are quite promising. Okay, so we can see here that yeah, so a lot of our students are, satisfied with the way we deliver remote learning. So maybe, of course, they understand also what we're all going through. So it's a difficult time right now. So that probably also explains why, yeah, it's our students are quite understanding also of our limitations, okay, in terms of facilitating remote learning. Okay, now more specifically, so as you can see here, okay, so this explains, okay, so why the students are satisfied, okay, and then very satisfied with the delivery of remote learning in CEPAF. So for yeah, maybe I'll present first, okay, their reasons for their dissatisfaction. Okay, so one, of course, I think most of our students experience this. So poor internet connection. So even our faculty members, okay, experience this. So these are, the reasons, okay, they're dissatisfied, okay, with the delivery of remote learning. And then another one, so another reason stated by the students, okay, is that there is limited participation among, co-learners, and they say that it's hard to focus, okay, in classes, okay, using Zoom, and it's quite yeah, difficult also to work in groups, okay. And then yeah, some of them find it challenging, to manage their time, so there's lack of self-discipline, okay. And then yeah, in terms of inconsistent schedule, they say that sometimes the schedule, okay, does not coincide, okay, or does not was this consider, okay, the calendar, the schedule, okay, of the university. So sometimes there's inconsistency, okay, because of, yeah, we have to admit that there are a lot of disruptions also throughout the semester, so that probably explains this answer. And then some of them admit that they find it difficult to access, okay, reading materials, as some of the reading materials used in class, okay, are not available online. And there was also a comment on Moodle not having important features like email notification. So as mentioned earlier, Moodle is one of the LMS, okay, learning management systems being used by our faculty members, and there are certain limitations that, our students are not really that happy with. So these are just some of the reasons that okay, were surfaced, okay, in terms of, their dissatisfaction, okay, with the delivery of remote learning. On the other hand, okay, so these are the reasons why our students are satisfied and very satisfied, okay, with the delivery of remote learning. So they say that there is sufficient materials, okay, which are easy to understand. Okay, there are also clear directions. And then they find very helpful the study guides prepared by the faculty members. Okay, the tasks and materials were given ahead of time, so that at least gave them, additional time to work, okay, on their assignments. And then recorded videos of classes were posted, so they found that very helpful. Okay, and then there are reasonable requirements because actually our faculty members adjusted, okay, their requirements, okay, because they considered also what the students are going through right now. And so the students, I believe, okay, appreciated that. And yes, so as mentioned, so the professors were kind and considerate, extra considerate, okay, during the semester. And they found the synchronous sessions, okay, interactive and lively. Okay, so as noted earlier, so the faculty members made use of available different online learning tools, okay, to facilitate remote learning and to engage the students, to make classes more interactive. And as noted here, the students appreciated that. And then information, they also mentioned information packed and short synchronous sessions. Okay, so given the limitations, okay, with our internet connectivity, so some faculty members shortened the time of their synchronous sessions, okay, and then assigned, okay, tasks which students can work on their own. And then yeah, as noted by the students here, so there was also enough time for preparation of requirements given the more flexible schedule. So these were their reasons. They're satisfied, okay, and very satisfied with the delivery of remote learning. Okay, so now, um, despite, of course, okay, the what's this, the satisfaction of our students. So yes, we all agree that the semester was quite challenging. Okay, so we explored, so in our research, the challenges, okay, of remote learning. So from the end of the faculty members, okay, so we recognized, okay, these different challenges, okay, of remote learning. So in terms of technical issues like internet connection, okay, so it was moderately challenging, okay, for our faculty members. And then for the use of learning management system, so similarly moderately challenging. So what was I think yeah, very challenging, okay, so among the faculty members, okay, was the preparation of the course packs. And then yeah, the availability of references also and resources, okay, and yeah, encouraging students, okay, to participate and interact, okay, in remote class was moderately challenging. And then challenging, very challenging for some faculty members, as you can see here in the results. And then for the assessment of student learning, so that's moderately challenging. However, there are some faculty members, okay, who find this very challenging. Now, for the workspace for teaching, so yeah, for about four of our faculty members, for four of our faculty members, it's not challenging at all. However, there are some faculty members, equal number of faculty members, who say that the workspace for teaching, okay, is very challenging. So our faculty members work from home, okay, so with that, it can be, very challenging, okay, given the limited space, and of course the situation at home, wherein you have the rest of the family at home, so which can of course disrupt, okay, your work. Okay, so these are, the challenges, okay, of remote learning, as okay, um, reported, okay, by our faculty members. Now, we can categorize, okay, these challenges into technological, okay, teaching and instruction, and then there were other, okay, challenges. So for technological, so they also mentioned, all right, slow laptop, okay, so there's also not enough computer or external memory device, okay, and then consequently, of course, there would be lags and technical difficulties. Now, for teaching and instruction, as I mentioned, as I had mentioned earlier, the course pack preparation was really quite challenging, okay, for our faculty members, okay, because we didn't have much time to prepare, okay, the course packs, just a couple of weeks to prepare everything, to repackage, okay, our teaching materials. So that was really tough, okay, for many of us. And then, of course, in remote learning, especially in asynchronous sessions, it's quite difficult to observe nonverbal cues. Okay, and to operationalize compassion without absolving students' responsibility too. So that was also a challenge among faculty members, how to balance, okay, compassion and then academic excellence. And then also, one challenge mentioned by the faculty members is there is no specific time for student consultations, okay? And so with that, sometimes it's difficult, okay, to set boundaries, as you know, even late at night, students would email. Okay, sometimes there's no specific time, okay, for consultation. So yeah, it can be quite taxing, okay, for some faculty members, especially for those who have a lot of students or who have classes with, large classes. So that that was quite challenging for them, how to manage, okay, consultations, okay, with students. Now, from the end of our students, okay, so these are the challenges, okay, of remote learning. So number one among all the challenges, okay, would be the unstable internet connection. Okay, so they also what's this admitted that there is difficulty, okay, in managing their time. And then there's also limited interaction, okay, with co-learners. And then some of our students experience mental health issues, okay, as you can see here in the results. And then some report that there are too many course requirements, okay, so among others. But then, as you could see here in the results, okay, so the major problem of the students, okay, would be the unstable internet connection. All right. And then, in terms of learning preferences, okay, so although at the start of the semester there were what's this I know there were surveys conducted, okay, to find out the preferences of students, but really, given the short time to prepare, so we just made the most of what we have, okay. And so this time, so through this survey, at least we know now, okay, the preferences, okay, of our students in terms of remote learning. So for the learning approach, so remote learning in CEPAF was facilitated synchronously and asynchronously. Okay, so according to the faculty members, okay, so 41% reported that they had equal combination of synchronous and asynchronous sessions, while 35%, okay, said that there were more synchronous, okay, sessions, and 24% said that there were more asynchronous sessions. Now, for the students, okay, so they prefer, okay, equal combination, okay, of synchronous and asynchronous sessions. So they would want, okay, face to face, okay, what's this interaction with their professor and their classmates, okay, and of course in a virtual platform. Okay, so 68% prefer, okay, equal, all right, combination of synchronous and asynchronous sessions. All right. So, in terms of learning management systems, so students prefer, okay, or at least most of the students, that is, okay, 63% prefer Google Classroom. Okay. So, they also would like to have, okay, the following, okay, synchronous what's this session tools, such as PowerPoint presentations, video presentations, interactive presentations, which show that our students are very much visual, they're visual learners, okay. So they want to have this visual aids, okay, in class. Now, for asynchronous sessions, okay, so they said that the following were used. So there were recorded videos, okay, modules, reflection papers, reading assignments, okay. And then, yeah, so 42% of our students said that there were discussion boards and learning logs. Okay, so some formative assessments. Okay, and then among others. Okay, so as we can see here, okay, the tools used, the learning tools used are quite varied. Okay, so and the students prefer, okay, having visual aids in class. Okay, to aid in their learning. May it be, the synchronous in the synchronous sessions or asynchronous sessions. Okay, so now having said all of that, okay, so what are the suggestions, recommendations, okay, of our faculty members? So in terms of the tools and strategies, okay, faculty members recommend standardizing, okay, the LMS that we use for our classes, because as mentioned earlier, while many of us use Google Classroom, most of us, okay, use Google Classroom, some of our faculty members also use Moodle. Okay, so for some students, they find it quite difficult, having a lot of LMS to manage. Okay, so there's a recommendation to standardize, okay, the LMS, okay, to be used in class. And then in terms of the course packs, okay, so as I've said, we didn't have much time to prepare the course packs, and so there really wasn't one format, okay, that we followed. Okay, so our faculty members suggest having a uniformed course packs. Okay, so that for at least the material, the content, okay, would be consistent, even the design, okay, of the course packs. And then availability of materials online, okay, so learning different learning materials online, so to make them available. And then they would want to have an LMS, okay, that is easy to use. Okay, so and then also an LMS, okay, having an LMS that can be accessed in both smartphone and computer, in the computer and laptop, given that not all students, sometimes, okay, there are, of course, some technical limitations, or maybe some students have limited resources, and so sometimes when their computer breaks down, okay, so they would just have to use their cell phones, okay, to attend classes. So the LMS should be accessible even with just the smartphone. Okay, and then faculty members also suggest setting expectations on the synchronous or asynchronous session. So it has the expectation should be clear, and we also have to come up with what's this learning approaches or strategies that would engage, okay, the students. Okay, so more creative ones that would really enhance the participation of the students. So as mentioned by some of the students, their participation in class can be limited, okay, in synchronous sessions. So we have to come up with ways on how we can manage, okay, such the synchronous sessions, to come up with strategies, okay, that would really engage the students, come make use of different learning tools, online learning tools, okay, to enhance participation. And then, as suggested, okay, there should be mid-semester reading breaks, okay, in the academic calendar, and this has already been addressed, okay, by the UPLB, the UP administration, and even the UPLB administration when they revised, okay, the school calendar, the academic calendar, okay, wherein in the second semester there would already be scheduled, okay, breaks, okay, throughout the semester. So these are just some of the suggestions from our faculty members. Our students have a lot of suggestions. Oh, sorry. So we have so in terms of assistance needed, okay, so let me share this before I share, okay, the suggestions, okay, from our students. So faculty members, okay, believe that learning devices, okay, should be provided, okay, and then likewise internet subsidy, okay, because at home we spend for our own internet, but this has already been addressed because the university has already provided us internet subsidy. Okay, better internet connectivity is definitely needed. Okay, and then there should be more trainings, okay, on the use of LMS and other applications. We've had some webinars, okay, prior to the start of the semester and during the semester, but okay, it seems that these learning events, okay, are not enough. Okay, so there should be more, okay, trainings on the use of LMS and other applications. And then we have to be able to review the course packs, okay, to ensure quality. Okay, and then the hiring of teaching associates to help with the management of online classes. Okay, so we already the university provides us, okay, with this, so we can hire, okay, teaching associates, okay, to help us manage our classes. And then so some faculty members, of course, have limitations in terms of managing all of these devices, this the so they need some of them need assistance. Okay, and then yeah, some suggest to expedite procurement of books and allow the use of CPAC facilities for online learning from time to time. Okay, and of course there should also be clear standards for course packs and remote delivery. Okay, and there should be a preventive type of insurance rather than reactive. Okay, as mentioned by our, so because sometimes we just react to the situation, but then it seems we have to plan ahead. Okay, so if we want to facilitate, okay, effective, more effective and efficient remote learning, so we have to be able to plan ahead. And psychosocial support is likewise needed, okay, by our faculty members, because as mentioned, this is a very difficult time for everyone. So even our faculty members, okay, they're what's this a lot of us are overworked. Okay, so a lot of us are experience, yeah, difficult, it's really difficult for many of us handling all of these things all at once. And so psychosocial support, okay, is yeah, suggested. Now, next, yeah, so for our students, okay, so here, okay, so here are the other suggestions, but I'll skip that. So given the limited time, so for our students, okay, so they suggest having discussion forum, okay, study guide, okay, and checklist of requirements and deadlines. Okay, so and then yeah, some of them suggest recording the lectures and classes, as not all faculty members are able to do that. Okay, and then videos, okay, which videos to support reading materials. Okay, so as noted earlier, so it seems our students are, visual, highly visual learners. Okay, so having videos to support reading materials will be good. Okay, and then supplementary materials, so I think this has something to do with in addition to the readings, okay, there should be other learning materials, hard copy of modules. Okay, and then synthesis and summary at the end of synchronous sessions. Okay. Ayan, and just like what we had earlier today before the start of the webinar, so playing instrumental music before the synchronous session, class, shorter but frequent sessions. Okay, and yes, this one supports what was mentioned earlier about having one LMS. So it seems our students and faculty agree, okay, that there should be yeah, one LMS, okay, to use. Now, yeah, for requirements and materials, okay, so yeah, so even if we have already adjusted our requirements, but it seems some students, okay, still are still overwhelmed, okay, by the course requirements. Okay, and access to reference materials, access to library materials. Actually, our library materials can be accessed even online, so it seems not all of our students are aware of that. Okay, so we would need, okay, greater, what's this a greater information campaign to inform our students that our library references can actually be accessed remotely. Okay, so improve the course packs. So yes, as I have said, so the faculty members didn't really have much time to prepare the course packs. Okay, so yes, there is room for improvement, okay, along that line. And then give more value on practical outputs than exams. Okay, so that's another suggestion. And then faculty suggest another suggestion would be for faculty members to be more considerate, okay, and then flexible in terms of course requirements and deadlines, which I think we were able to do as we adjusted, okay, our course requirements and even our deadlines. So for instance, okay, so while the semester ended this December, the deadline for submission of grades has been extended until January, late January, January 22. And so our students are given extra time, okay, to complete, okay, their requirements. So I think the university has been very considerate, okay, to our students. And then to follow the schedule indicated in the university memos. Okay, so sometimes there are, reading breaks and all that. So it seems, okay, not all the faculty members were able to follow them. So that's another suggestion from our students. Okay, so before, yeah, so, and also, students suggest having seminars related to health and mental wellness. So yes, given this very difficult time right now, okay, so it can really be overwhelming for many of us, for both faculty, and students. And so we can have learning events, okay, related to health and mental wellness. And then online kumustahan, okay, with students, just to find out how students are doing, okay. So, and then monthly assessment of students' progress, coping status, okay, and health, okay, and then assistance in making a decision, okay, to choose. So I think this is more of, assistance to students, advising, okay, and then offering subjects during weekend. So some of our courses are designed really for weekend classes. However, there are programs, okay, whose courses are there are what's it, degree programs whose courses are offered, okay, during weekdays. So we cannot really offer, okay, all of the courses during weekends, okay. But then the suggestion is well noted, okay. So we'll see what we can do with that. So these are just some of the suggestions, okay, and for suggestions from our students and faculty members. And yeah, if we're going to consider these suggestions, we can see some commonalities, okay. So among the suggestions of our students and faculty members. So for one, okay, so students and faculty members, okay, also need other forms of support like the health and the seminars, okay, related to health and mental wellness, or the psychosocial support. And then yes, so aside from that, of course, we also need, other forms, okay, other forms of support, just to make sure, okay, that everyone is coping well, okay, during this time. So the online kumustahan, suggested by the students, is a good, okay, recommendation. All right, so moving on. So to end, okay, so the COVID-19 pandemic, okay, indeed, okay, has changed the landscape of education. So it has changed the way we handle, okay, our classes. Okay, so teachers, okay, as we have seen how teachers have adjusted, okay, to the situation and also to the needs, okay, of their students. So as I've said, it's been a challenging time for many of us, for both faculty members and students. But as we have noted, these challenges can also be opportunities. So in our experience, for example, so this remote learning, okay, setup has allowed us, okay, to review, okay, our teaching approaches and our teaching um, materials, okay, and consequently, so we were able to somehow assess, okay, how we're handling our classes. And with that, okay, so we were able to make adjustments, the necessary adjustments, okay, to make our courses, okay, more relevant, okay, to the times. So even if there were challenges, okay, there were also opportunities for us, okay, to improve the way we facilitate learning. So as we have noted, okay, from the experiences of our teachers, okay, so we can see how the creativity, okay, and resourcefulness of our faculty members, okay, were surfaced, okay, during this semester. So our research findings, okay, highlighted, okay, the professors' creativity and resourcefulness, making the most of what they have, okay, so even making the most of their limited knowledge, okay, and skills, okay, in handling, okay, what's this, remote learning, and in using, okay, these different online learning tools. So it was all in all a learning experience for us faculty members. And I really have a lot of what's this I really appreciate, okay, the efforts of everyone, okay, to manage, okay, well, okay, their classes despite, okay, our limitations. And also our experiences, okay, emphasized the adaptability, okay, and the resilience of both our faculty members and our students. So despite the difficulties, we have seen how, okay, our faculty members coped, okay, with the challenges, and similarly our students, okay, despite the difficulties, so they managed, okay, to cope with all of these difficulties, okay. So in the remote learning setup. Okay, so as mentioned, so despite the challenges, the many challenges, there have been opportunities also. Okay, more specifically, opportunities for improvement on how we handle our classes. Okay, during this remote learning setup in the first semester academic year 2020 to 2021. Okay, so with that, I end my presentation. All right, thank you very much. I can now answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Evely. Um, for our participants, this the webinar will be posted in YouTube channel of CPAF, and will also be uploaded in the Facebook channel of the college. Okay, if anyone has a question, you may unmute and directly ask to ma'am, or you can also chat us. So we will be entertaining about two or three questions. Then we will be um, going forward to the other presentations. So if you have any questions, please you can unmute or chat us.
Questions. Yeah, no questions so far. All right.
Okay, so we will proceed to our next presentations. If you will have questions later, you can still chat us and we will collate it. And if we still have enough time later, we can accommodate those questions. For the second, thank you very much, Ma'am Evely. For our second presentation, um, this is the research presentation of three students from said 217 class, titled Remote Learning Strategies of Lucena North 1 Elementary School During the COVID-19 Pandemic by Maria Estela Noche, Clarizel Abistado, and Lijan Q. So um, we will be giving 20 minutes for the presenters, and then another presentation will follow. Okay, so we would like to ask for the presenter to start the presentation.
Please allow me, sir, to share my slides.
Okay.
Hi. Hello, uh, Li Jianqiu, and we are the group one. Firstly, uh, let me introduce our group member, three group members. Um, our report title is the Remote Learning Strategies of Lucknow Loss First Elementary School during the COVID-19 pandemic. I will report the first part, then local Mary still the second part. Last part is Mom Everest Bristol. Um, about the next one. The COVID-19 has become COVID-19 has become a global health crisis. As of October 6, 2020, almost 36 million people have been infected, and over 1 million have died. In the Philippines, this translates into almost 325,000 infected and 600 deaths. To curb the spread of COVID-19, most governments have opted to employ parental protocol and temporarily shut down their educational institutions. Nearly 200 countries shut down schools with over 30% of these learners ranging from early years through higher education facing some sort of disruption to their education. As a consequence, more than a billion learners have been affected worldwide. Among this number are over 28 million Philippine learners across academic levels who have to stay at home and comply with the Philippine government's quarantine measures. School closure have been found effective in transmission reduction during prevalence influence outbreak, including the swine flu and MRSA. The Philippine government required the schools would reopen only after the discovery of the vaccine for COVID-19. The closure of schools have changed the daily lives of students, their families, and educators. This poses a huge challenge in the Philippines because not all the schools have online learning systems. So the Ministry of Education suggests four deliver modalities. A is moderate distance learning. B is online distance learning. C is TV radio-based instruction. D is blended distance learning. So, whether we like it or not, distance learning has already happened and may continue for some time. So, what we can do is to actively respond and find ways to solve the difficulties encountered in distance learning. So our aim of the study is using SWOT analysis as an educational planning approach. This study hope to examine the remote learning strategies of Lucena Lost First elementary school during the COVID-19 pandemic. Based on this analysis, the corresponding countermeasures are put forward. So the about the specific opportunities, number one is identify the uses of Lucena number one elementary school in implementary remote learning. Number two is examine the best practice in remote learning in terms of module content, teaching, and academic support, assessment and feedback and resources. Number three, determine barriers encountered in the implementation of remote learning. Number four, describe how the school and other stakeholders have contributed in overcoming the barriers of remote learning. The last, recommend a plan of action to improve the implementation of remote learning as an alternative to face-to-face education. About the significance of our study. This study not only enriches the relevance series of distance education, but also helps to deepen the research on modular learning. At the same time, the study has rich practical value. It can provide effective measures for teachers, students, and parents who are in distance education. On the other hand, it can lay a foundation for similar emergency distance learning in the future. About the literature review, most of the literature about remote learning are based on the internet and the relative equipment such as computer and smartphone. The topics discussed include the current situation of remote learning, the effect of remote learning, and the solutions, and so on. But less literature on students who are learning remotely with the use of modules. So while the strengthening of the research on online learning, there is a need to pay attention to those students who don't have any online learning equipment. If we don't pay attention to the learning situation of this group, it may increase the inequality of education. This also provides the innovation space of our research. So that's yeah.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. So for our participants and methods, we used focus group discussion with four grade 5 teachers and the special participation of the principal of the Sen and North 1. Also, we administered an online survey with 30 grade 5 students and 19 parents of these students. So our questionnaire is a modified questionnaire of the Learning Development Unit of University of Sheffield in UK. So it is composed of 20 statements wherein the students and the parents would agree with the criteria, which are the following: the content of the module, the assessment, the resources, etc. And then for the analysis, we have used the weighted mean average for online survey, and also we extracted themes on focus group discussion. So to give you a background, how the school came up with the remote learning, the modular um, modality that they used for this school year, they use this learning enrollment survey form. So they have 800 plus students, and they asked the students and the parents what is the preferred learning modality that they want to use for this school year. So in this record coming from the school, almost all clusters from kindergarten to grade 6, they preferred the modular learning as a method for teaching and learning this school year. So what are our major results? So to answer all our research objectives, let's go through it one by one. So what are the strengths? One strength that we examined from the FGD and from the results that we have from the questionnaire, um, how the remote learning is viewed by our participants. So the sudden shift of learning modality in the school is viewed positively by the teachers, since it is a response to the current health crisis. And also, this is the same with the sentiments of the parents. They want to keep their kids safe at home while they are learning. Number two, according to the teachers, parents, and students, the shift of this learning modality requires a lot of preparation and planning. Also, resilience was a highlighted value by the teachers because of the need to adapt to the new system. So this is also considered as a strength on how they look at the situation. And according to the teachers, there was a proactive action from the Department of Education because they have given enough time to prepare for the transition. Also, they had mentioned guidelines were issued to them, to the school, for them to follow. So what are the best practices in remote learning coming from teachers, students, and parents? So let us first go to the answers of the teachers. So one of the best practices, according to the 4 teachers and 1 principal in Lucena North 1 in content, evaluation of module before distribution to students is one of their good practices. So because they only receive the modules coming from the division office before they distribute and even reproduce the modules, there would be evaluation coming from teacher representatives before they could give it, or they would give it to the parents. So necessary corrections are made, notifications are being given to the parents before they give it out to the students. And then for the teaching and academic support and feedback, there is also an online kamustahan. It happens every week with the parents and with the students, but it is not a required activity. Those who have those students and parents who just want to join the online kamustahan, they also offer teaching assistance, and they have noted the open communication with the parents is one of the best ways that they have used for this school year. So the teacher accepts questions in different platforms like Facebook, text, or even calls. And then for the resources, the strengths would be support from the school's division office, availability of online teaching assistance, the Teledunong. This is a program administered by the LGU. It is being streamed. Educational activities, educational videos are being streamed, being uploaded in YouTube and also in Facebook platform. Also, coordination with the LGU. So those are the strengths cited by the teachers. For the students' rating on remote learning in the school, so as you can see here, all the students agreed in the 4 criteria. Module content, the module is interesting, it is challenging, they were informed, etc. They were satisfied with the module content given to them. The teaching and academic support also, 4.19, that's the highest rating. And assessment and feedback, they also agreed, and the resources. So for the overall satisfaction, they agreed or they are satisfied. So this is a good thing to note. The open-ended questions in the second part of our questionnaire, they're positive experiences of modular learning which reflect good practice. So the 30 students answered that through this modular learning, they become independent learning, or they are in the process of becoming an independent learning. They also mentioned the use of internet and technology for academic purposes were developed, their skills, their knowledge, and they have realized the importance of establishing a study habit. So areas for improvement, quality of printing of modules, the clarity um, of the printouts, time allotted for answering the modules should be improved. Interaction with the teachers and the classmates. Actually, one or few students mentioned that they have missed the interaction with their teachers and classmates. Very challenging topics that seem to be advanced for their level. So recommendations coming from students: improve the quality of modules, less activities or more time for answering the modules, and if they could add virtual classes so that they can meet with the class. So for the parents, so as you can see here, for all the criterion, the parents strongly agreed with all the statements that we have here. So obtaining the highest would be, or is, the resources. So they found the module resources helpful, useful, organized, and complete. So followed by teaching and academic support, module content, and even if it's strongly agreed, they're strongly satisfied or very satisfied with this criterion. Still, it's it's the least rated, the assessment and the feedback. But overall, they are very much satisfied. So for their positive experiences, it's there are similar remarks here. There are similar themes. For example, number one, similar and different answers compared to the ones with the students. So positive experience would include practical way to continue a child's learning, so keeping them safe. Another one would be more specific and simplified learning. And because of modular learning, it gives them a way to bond with their kids. So hands-on teaching, performance-based tasks were offered. And then barriers for improvement, according to them, is the number, similar to what the students mentioned, number of activities, time to accomplish tasks, clearer instructions, and some support for teaching assistants. So for the weaknesses, my other groupmate, Claricel, who is the teacher from Lucena North 1, will continue the major.
Thank you, ma'am. So to continue our report, I am going to show to you the challenges and the implementation of the remote learning of Lucena North 1 Elementary School. So number one is the sudden increase with the number of pupils. All of them are transferees from private school. 81 transferees, 21 of them are from grade 5. So it is quite overwhelming comparing to the previous years. The dissemination of the announcement and other concerns for teachers or for parents, sorry, and the reading and numeracy assessment. Next slide. Okay, for the opportunities, we have the overcoming the barriers of the remote learning. So school prepared the LCP or the Learning Continuity Plan, webinars and trainings for teachers, open for feedbacks from the stakeholders or the or gathering PTA meetings, online kamustahan in teaching assistants to survey the teachers, the monthly focal group discussion. The school had allots budget from the MOOE and other stakeholders to produce teaching learning tools and for the production of worksheets and activity sheets for the first quarter. The parents' cooperation, of course, and the Learning Hub is available in partnership with the barangay officials. For the stakeholders' contribution, so we have the parents, the participation in online and face-to-face orientation, open communication with the advisors or the teachers using different platforms such as Facebook Messenger, text, and calls. For the LGU, we have the communication and partnership and establishing and promoting the Learning Hub. For the community, we have the feedbacks and school development. For partnership with the private school, the College of Education from Maryhill College offers an online tutorial for learners who are left behind, is available in a partnership with the barangay officials. Okay, what are the threats that we've seen according to our research? So there are no directives yet from the Department of Education for the next quarter. So since we have ended our first quarter, still the department is planning to have a face-to-face instruction by next year and still don't have directives yet from the department. The budget for the next quarter, of course. So we are going to produce or reproduce the next second quarter modules and other worksheets for our learners. The internet access and connectivity, the availability of the COVID-19 vaccine, the current status of COVID-19 cases in Lucena City. So we've concluded this because Lucena City is an MGCQ, is under MGCQ, and yet we are belong to the high risk cities in the Philippines. of course, the parents' approval in face-to-face classes in January. So what are the recommendations of this research for the school? So we have the resources. Number one, we have to improve the quality of modules, evaluation, counter editing of modules before reproduction, encourage the learners to join the online teaching assistance, encourage the learners to watch the Teleduno or the television program um, handed by the LGU in Lucena City, create a conclusive reading and numeracy program to encourage learners to read and learn more even in these trying times. For the support networks, we have to maintain a strong link with the LGU, private sectors, and community, organize a program to provide electronic devices for less fortunate students. For feedback, we have to maintain an open communication with the stakeholders, especially for the parents and students. Load allowance for teachers, if possible, also for the students also. And school schedule more time for teaching assistants online. So the number of tasks per week. So to lessen the activities provided by the teachers in the worksheets. For the learners' development, we also recommend to have a recognition for the first quarter for completers and to recognize the learner's success and achievements for the first quarter. And of course, to gather a mental health program for students. For the preparation for the second quarter, a thorough assessment of school strategies in the first quarter and the orientation of the parents for the second quarter. And additional respondents for this is the recommendation for our future researchers. We have the additional respondents for the teachers, students, and parents. We have a conclusive study after a school year and a research on teacher training and preparation for the distance learning. So that is the end of our presentation, and we are now open for your questions. Thank
Uh,
you.
thank you very much. We will be accepting questions after three presentations. So for our participants, you may just chat your questions, and then we will collate these questions for the presentations. Um, this presentation, second, third, and fourth presentation. Then after that, we will have a question and answer. So thank you very much for our presenter for this group. Now we would like to ask for the third presentation. Their title is on an appreciative inquiry on the implementation of remote blended learning of PSHS Calabarzon Region Campus by Princess Bulaklak and Kimberly Jane Salome. So we would like to welcome our presenters.
Good afternoon po. May I share my screen? Still can't share my screen po.
Miss Ruth, can you stop the share screen for, yeah, okay, thank you.
Can you see my screen now po?
Oh yes, we can see it now.
Thank you po. So our study is entitled An Appreciative Inquiry of the Implementation of Remote Blended Learning of Philippine Science High School, Calabarzon Region Campus. So Miss Kimberly Jane will present the first part. Miss
Oh,
Kim, are you there?
yes. Good afternoon, everyone. So, our general objective is to examine the best practices in remote learning of Philippine Science High School, Calabarzon Region Campus during the COVID-19 pandemic. So, for our specific objective, so we would like to identify the school policies made and implemented by the campus in response to the indefinite suspension of physical classes due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Second is to determine the advantages and disadvantages of the aforementioned policies to the different stakeholders of the campus, such as its administration, faculty, parents, and especially its learners. Moreover, discuss the adjustments and innovations made by faculty, parents, learners towards having a delightful remote learning experience. Next is to analyze the effects of the policies and notable practices towards having a delightful remote learning experience. And lastly, recommend policies and sorry, recommend policies and notable practices that could further be improved and be adopted by other learning institutions. So here in our study, so we focused on the process of the appreciative inquiry or the 4D model. So here, so for discovery, sorry. So we all know that it distinguishes itself from the AI or appreciative inquiry distinguishes itself from the organizational visioning and change models by focusing on the best of what is and using this as a platform to build future directions. While many traditional methods begin by focusing on pitfalls and problems, this AI asks people to explore strengths and successes that already exist, both internally and externally. So, this positive approach leads to extraordinary performance by reinforcing relationships and culture, creating common vision and direction, promoting learning and innovation, and energizing collective action. So, for discovery, so again, as you can see here, it is the best of what is. So it identifies the organization's strengths, best practices, and sources of excellence, vitality, and peak performance. So here you could also find examples of when, let's say for example, when your company has been at its best around innovation and then identify the common factors in these stories. Next is for dream. So here, participants envision a future they really want. A future where the organization is fully engaged and successful around its core purpose and strategic objectives. So in addition, in dream phase, you would invest time in thinking about what a truly innovative organization would look like. So how would leaders, resources, behaviors, and physical space organizational processes, and it will work to create a vision of the future that is inspiring and something that you really want. And for design, so participants here leverage the best of what is and their visions for the future to design. So besides, um, you can also see, for design, yes, next one is for destiny. So participants put the strategies into action, revising as necessary. Also, in destiny phase, so your team will work to implement your design to make a vision reality. Next, please. Okay, so for discovery, so we focus here on the timeline of school policies implemented by Pisay Calabarzon Regional Campus. So in March 2020, so upon implementation of the first quarantine lockdown due to COVID-19 pandemic, PSI system has opted to cancel physical classes of the fourth quarter. So the system also decided to adopt the third quarter grades as the final grade for the school year 2019 and 2020. So that time, since this school wasn't able to finish or to continue the fourth quarter, so they just decided to get the grades of the students from the third quarter. Next is in on April 2020, the PSI conducted also Learn Moodle Basics training for teachers and Moodle Admin Basics for IT champions as preparation for the next school year. And on July 11 to 13, 2020, so the school conducted grade improvement examination, which covered third quarter topics for those students who want to increase their final grades. So students were given a chance to improve or to submit, let's say, more projects or do some tasks just for them to improve, or if they want to get higher grade for their fourth quarter. And on July 24th, so the PSI Systems Board of Trustees forwarded a resolution on the changes in grading system in the new normal, which included a compliance factor, informative assessments that includes not just the raw score of students, but their simple compliance as well. And on August 2020, so PSI also conducted additional teachers training in the use of the new learning management system entitled Moodle for Teachers, spearheaded by Nefilia Web Technology Incorporation. Also, so on August 3 to 2020, PSI conducted again the also conducted the non-graded bridging program for students to cover the undiscussed fourth quarter topics before transitioning to the new school year. And on September 1, so PSI officially opened the school year 2020 to 2021 by adapting remote blended learning with synchronous and asynchronous activities with given through learning guides or modules uploaded through the system's procured learning management system. So there is also what they call the K Hub or Knowledge Hub powered by Moodle. And on September 2 to 3, 2020, so PSI conducted in-service training for teachers that discuss timely topics like netiquettes and information security awareness. And on September 1 to 4, PSI conducted also Moodle Basics for students training as transition towards the opening of the school year in the new normal. And on September 7, this school officially started academic activities for the school year 2022-2021. And in the month of September, so Pisay Foundation launched the Walang May Iwan project, which aims to extend gadget assistance to scholars for the remote learning delivery. And in here, so um, the parents decided to collect funds to support students' needs such as load, and then they will also buy or lend some gadgets such as laptops or tablets. And on September 23rd, so Pisay System in partnership with Ateneo, Science and Art of Learning and Teaching Institute launched the professional certificate course entitled Adaptive Design for Learning to train teachers in module writing. And on October 8, so Pisay System designed and developed a comprehensive teacher induction program for teachers handling potentially gifted scholars. And on October 15, Pisay also sponsored by Independent Electricity Market Operator of the Philippines launched Oplan E Eskwela, which is quite same with Walang May Iwan project because it also aims to provide gadget assistance to under privileged students. And next, for discovery, so we focused here on examining the advantages of the aforementioned policies in line with the campus strengths. So first, the conduct of trainings for teachers of the use of the purchase learning management system provided enough knowledge and made the teachers equipped on how they will facilitate and design their online classrooms to be student friendly. Also, the 30 student normal class size per section in Pisay makes it easier for the homeroom advisors to contact everyone and have a constant communication with the scholars and their parents in case of emergencies and if problems arise. So it is obvious that it is very easy for a teacher to handle a class with 30 students only, unlike for those, or let's say for, to other schools in which most of their students, or let's say in one classroom they have 50 students. So in that case, so that cause problems when it comes to communication. And next, the parents of scholars are also hands-on in the learning of their kids and are welcoming of the new mode of delivery of learning. And through the PTA and GPTA, there is an open communication with the school administration and faculty, which is helpful in resolving issues which arise from time to time. So this is one of the benefits in which parents, or let's say yes, parents of Visay students are very cooperative, and they really want to help the change that is happening during this school year. Next, the strong establishment of partnerships with private and public sectors through the Walang May Iwan project and Upland E-Eskwela help a lot in bridging the gap on socioeconomic status of scholars, especially to those whose families are greatly affected by the pandemic, from sudden non-employment to other health concerns. Also, the PSI system also added a provision and the addition of the monthly 300 pesos internet allowance per scholar to help their families cope with the financial demands of remote learning. So this 300 pesos internet allowance was provided by the parents who collected funds just to help other students who cannot afford to support their, let's say, internet allowance. And PSI system also amended the normal curriculum of all subjects into the abridged curriculum, which highlighted essential topics only to avoid congestion of topics in short period of time, as it anticipated transition of physical classes to self-paced modular ones. And the bridge curriculum and all learning guides, which are used by all 16 campuses of the PSI system, are all developed by curriculum and module writers together with module reviewers, which are teachers coming all from PSI campuses nationwide. They are provided honorarium for every modules written. So originally, the implementation of remote blended learning in PSI consists of, first is synchronous activities such as 15 minutes video conferencing per subject per week only, and synchronous administering of long tests, like summative exam. And next is the asynchronous activities, such as the conduct of formative assessments, like short quizzes, exercises, and etc. through Knowledge Hub, wherein the said formative assessments are part of the learning guides or modules readily available in Knowledge Hub as well, and are printed and delivered to underprivileged scholars' homes before the quarter starts. And the benefit of the limited synchronous activities is shorter exposure to gadgets, radiation for students and teachers, and lesser consumption of internet, which benefits the parents who pay for internet usage. On the other hand, the good point of the asynchronous activities is it is self-paced, However, deadlines are still existent to guide scholars on what should they be accomplishing already. So the next part will be conducted by Mom Says.
So Ma'am Kim had presented the discovery and the sorry discovery and phase. So for the dream phase, where we envision uh, what is a delightful remote blended learning experience to all campus stakeholders. So I'll be presenting this. Administrators first, providing enough support to teachers, parents, and scholars is what is ideal in these trying times. So in return, constant communication with their stakeholders is what they need to address and resolve arising issues real time. So here we see the responsibilities of the different stakeholders as well as what other stakeholders will need to support them. Then for the teachers, efficient and effective delivery of their subjects, of course, so through proper designing of courses in K-Hub and appropriate plotting of matrix of activities per week, per quarter, will envision a more convenient learning experience for the students. And also easier monitoring for parents as well. So in return, what the teachers need from other stakeholders are constant communication, of course, with students and their parents, uh, to deliver immediate feedback regarding the students' performances, and of course, support and consideration from administrators. Okay. Then, for the case of the parents, we envision them to support uh, and guide their children, as well as constant open communication to administrators and teachers for immediate resolutions of issues. So in return, administrators and teacher support is what they need to cope with the new mode of learning for their children. So for the students, we envision that they should give their best to digest the learning guides and adjust with the paradigm shift while observing maximum absorption of knowledge through constant consultations with their subject teachers. So in return, of course, they will be needing all the support and guidance they could get from the other stakeholders of the campus. So for design, these are the plans to achieve those we envisioned before. So building the ideal remote blended learning setup for the convenience of stakeholders. So for the administrations, uh, we need to reinforce the earlier mentioned strengths, so the working best practices and policies, which also affects teaching strategies. So it would also be best if we tweak some policies in ways that will benefit all stakeholders. So such are given here but not limited to the following. So provide enough financial aid to scholars and teachers to cope with the financial demands of remote learning. So as mentioned earlier, the system added the provision of 300 pesos monthly allowance per scholar to provide financial aid for load of internet. Okay, then collate and print learning guides for the whole quarter and deliver those to scholars who requested for printed copies of learning guides. So as we know, students who are attending Pisay Calabarzon came from different provinces in Calabarzon as well as uh, Metro Manila, and there are also some coming from Mindoro. So when there are times that there are no internet connection, so they need printed modules so that they will not be left behind in their studies. So for the teachers, what they need is also reinforcement of the practices mentioned earlier. So the reinforcement of the remote blended learning setup, which is synchronous and asynchronous. So we are expected to provide detailed and clear matrix of activities per week for scholars to anticipate deadlines and so they can plan their weeks in their subjects ahead. Of course, prepare lesson and engagement plans in accordance with the changes in the curriculum as well as the manner of assessment. So, as mentioned earlier, uh, there has been a change in the assessment. Like they added the BOT, the Board of Trustees added the compliance factor. So if you are complying, even though your scores are not that high, there is still a possibility that your grade will increase because of the compliance factor. So design their K-Hub courses and upload the necessary learning guides before a week starts. So the students will have a gist of what will happen for the whole week. Okay, so conduct video conferences to clarify students' confusion regarding learning guides. And observe leniency and compassion towards the students regarding the adjustments brought by the paradigm shift. Okay, so for the parents, um, what we need is all-out support to the administrations and administrators and teachers, and most importantly, to their children. So, elect PTA officers, conduct regular meetings to identify different aids that can be extended to students. Also, of course, since they are the ones with their children at home, so monitor their children in the conduct of classes. So if the students are attending their video conferences or if they are complying with their requirements. And reply promptly and have an open communication with teachers, especially regarding students' performance. So for the students, they are expected of a delivery of their requirements on time and maximum absorption of knowledge is expected. So they should attend video conferences to clarify confusions in learning guides. Of course, consult subject teachers regarding topics they are having difficulty understanding. And submit their deliverables on time so it won't pile up at the end of the quarter. And also reply promptly and have an open communication with teachers. So for deploy is the execution of what we have designed. So executing with excellence, adjustments, and innovations to ensure a delightful remote blended learning experience. So I have mentioned earlier the plans or the different tasks each stakeholders should partake in this endeavor. So here in deploy, we are going to look at what they have accomplished so far. So the administrators performed the following, starting from when the school year opened. So they gave the teachers and staff the freedom to choose whether they will physically report to the campus or work from home. They offered loans for teachers who wants to purchase gadgets, especially to those who handle subjects with computations. So that is math and physics, to purchase pen tablets, etc. They also amended the template of lesson or engagement plans in accordance with the learning guides and the change in assessments. So before, during the face-to-face classes, our engagement plans or our lesson plans are much detailed, but now we just need uh, to make it in accordance with the learning guides. Then they collated all learning guides and printed them before the quarter start and delivered them to a certain pickup points all throughout Calabarzon and Metro Manila area. So this is through the help of homeroom advisors who contact the students whenever the delivery is already in the pickup points. So they had delivered as well the gadgets. Some are laptops and some are tablets with wireless keyboards to students. So as mentioned earlier, we have the Walang Maiiwan project and the Upland Eskwela. And additional projects as well made by spearheaded by the PTA. So those Walang Maiiwan project and Upland Eskwela are sponsored by different private sectors like what is mentioned before, the IMOP and San Miguel Holdings Company. So they already uh, donated a lot of units of gadgets. So they collated feedback from students regarding the conduct of the remote blended learning for further improvements of policies. So far, the teachers have performed the following. Okay, so they prepare the corresponding chunking of topics per quarter in accordance with the number of meetings and the learning guides. They pre-plotted assessments for the whole quarter before a quarter starts to anticipate the bulk of students' deliverables to do necessary adjustments. So these assessments include formative assessments, alternative assessments, and long exams. So we have an internal policy of not conducting more than two long exams a day. So there should just be two or one long exams per day. Then they consensually decided to extend the 15 minutes video conferencing to 30 minutes or more if the subject deemed it necessary to provide more time for clarifications and other examples besides those in the learning guides. So especially to subjects with computational topics. So in my subject math, we really need time for discussion of more examples. So furthermore, they regularly conduct such video conferences. Also, they consensually lessened the number of formative assessments per week, depending on the number of units per subject, to avoid huge bulk of requirements from students. So, for example, in our math class in grade 11, uh, they have 3 learning guides per week because our subject during the face-to-face classes have 3 meetings per week. So in the new normal, we have 3 learning guides or 3 modules per week. So our number of units is 1 unit, and for 1 unit subjects, um, we are only allowed to give one formative assessment. Okay. So another bulk of teacher tasks. So mostly teachers are the ones who are given large tasks during this new normal. So they consensually lessen the number. Okay, sorry for the typo. Okay, they provided additional enrichment materials through K-Hub to support self-paced learning of students. So if there are good video tutorials in YouTube, or there are different other resources in the internet, so they also share in K-Hub. And of course, they constantly monitor students, especially those who are MIA or missing in action, and immediately contacts their parents and or connect with the homeroom advisors of the students. So the teachers who are homeroom advisors maintain communication with parents, most importantly during grade submission to resolve issues. The parents perform the following so far, starting from when the school year opened. Okay. So they elected PTA officers and conducted meetings together with the faculty head to address issues. They spearheaded different fundraising activities to provide financial aid to underprivileged students, like monthly allowance for internet. They are also in constant communication with homeroom advisors and teachers. So, as for the students, of course, their task is to read and study their learning guides, attend their video conferences regularly, and voice out their concerns regarding the remote blended learning setup. So, on October 9 to 15, 2020, the PSI system conducted a survey across all 16 campuses on the learner's experience under the new curriculum of the remote blended learning setup. So one major result is stated below. Okay, so it is evident in this graph that there are more students who are satisfied or strongly satisfied than dissatisfied. So the satisfied are this colored in red. Strongly satisfied are colored in orange. Then the not satisfied are those in yellow. When asked of reasons regarding their overall feeling about the remote blended learning setup, those which appear in the table are the positive points mentioned by the learners. So some of the highlights are teacher's intervention, proper implementation, the learning guides are helpful, K-Hub is convenient, there is availability of resources, and it's of communication, and the school listens. Okay, so here are the different positive points mentioned by the learners. Of course, even though we are using the appreciative inquiry, which focuses on the positive points, we also look at the negative points and think of recommendations which will use the strengths and the positive points to overcome this. So too much workload, unrealistic time allotment, internet problems, LGs are hard to understand, and there are mental health risks. So most probably, the contradiction regarding learning guides says about the subject matter. Okay. So which is evident here. So which three subjects are most time consuming? So here are the results in grade 7 to 11. So here are the subjects, and which three subjects are the most problematic. So most likely, these subjects need improvement in the learning guides. So it is also asked which are the three most effective online platforms in terms of understanding the lesson. So we have here, of course, the K-Hub, then Google Meet for synchronous sessions, and Facebook Messenger. We also asked them of suggestions for improvement. So extend the duration of synchronous sessions so that the teacher could explain the topic well, reduce the number of requirements or submissions per week, and extend deadlines of said requirements or submissions. So also, as per last general PTA meeting, the parents requested for a more detailed report of the deliverables of students so they could properly monitor whether their children are complying with the requirements or not. They also asked for publicity support from the admin and teachers regarding their fundraising activities, so which in return will be given as financial aid to underprivileged scholars. So given those major results from the feedback of learners and uh, the the PTA as well regarding the remote blended learning setup, so there are still a lot to improve. So some of our suggestions and recommendations are below. Since students enjoy new learning, the enforcement of learning guides would be better through teachers' intervention and support. Okay, so teachers could continue to deliver their subject matters in different ways possible with enrichment activities provided. Then LGs or module writers should be empowered by more trainings, and the administrators should lessen their teaching load if possible, since producing and writing learning guides are crucial in the setup. So they could focus more on that. Or it could be that if possible, the system could outsource learning guide writers so the teachers could focus on their teaching loads. The synchronous activities could still be extended, especially on computational subjects for maximum learning experience. Uh, Further lessen the number of assessments per subject. If possible, conduct training for the learning guide writers in a way that they could plan their learning guides in sync with other subjects and come up with collaborative projects to lessen the assessments. So way back face-to-face classes, we have plotting of matrix of activities before the quarter starts, and the teachers um, collaborate with other subject teachers to come up with a project that will benefit, for example, 2 to 3 subjects, so that the students' activities would be lessened. So that practice was not observed anymore now because of the individual preparation of learning guides per subject. So reduce the online platforms used into K-Hub, Google Meet, and Messenger only. And academic breaks after every quarter could also be observed to avoid physical and mental health issues. So in conclusion, the PSHS system and of course the Psycholabarson, however quite caught off guard with the paradigm shift, come up with, if not all, but mostly efficient and effective policies, including teaching strategies to cope with the new normal. And such policies and teaching strategies capitalize on the strengths of the system and the stakeholders and highlighted the positive aspects to deliver learning in a more convenient way for everyone. And based from the major results from feedbacks of learners, there are still things which need improvement or reconsiderations to achieve a more delightful remote blended learning experience. Okay, so that is all. Thank you for listening. Here are our references.
Thank you very much. That is a very interesting research. Let's welcome for the presentation number 4, CCSIS the day. Sorry, I'm not familiar with the term. Educational continuity through remote learning strategies at Calamba City Science Integrated School. This research was done by Edison de la Cruz, Janina Gibani, and Mary Jane Kimsing. So let's hear their presentation.
So good afternoon, everyone. So here's our case study presentation titled "Seize the Day" from the Carpe Diem. Seize the Day, because the acronym of our school is SEAS, or Calamba City Science Integrated School. So this is focusing on educational continuity through remote learning strategies at our school. So with that, here are the contents of this presentation. So the specific objectives, the methods used, and also the particular foci of this particular case study, the adoption of RLS, the strengths and weaknesses on the use of that, and what are the encountered challenges in RL, and what are the suggested strategic or intervention measures pertaining to the use of RL, and also the encountered challenges, and at the same time with the weaknesses and the strengths. So here, as a rationale of this particular study, so we are encountering this particular COVID-19 pandemic up to this moment. So that's why the DepEd, the Department of Education, has particularly mandated the schools to develop their own school learning continuity plan. And based from this school learning continuity plan, or LCP, we adopted the use of the remote learning strategies. Also, being endorsed by the Department of Education, we are provided with options on the conduct of this remote learning. At the same time, we have the basis for the utilization of these remote learning strategies, and that is the Learners Enrollment Survey 4. So from those results of the LESF, so we cater to this particular remote learning strategies. Okay. Generally, this case study is to examine the remote learning strategies during the first quarter of school year 2020-2021. So here are the objectives, the specific. Identify the various remote learning strategies adopted by SIS to ensure educational continuity. Okay. Secondly, analyze the strengths and weaknesses of each remote learning strategy. Right? Determine the challenges encountered in the application of the identified remote learning strategies. And lastly, what could be recommended as a strategic action or intervention plan based on the findings of the study. So here is the methodology. So we apply the use of case study as a qualitative research design, and then we utilize 22 junior high school and senior high school teachers of our school. And unexpectedly, there are 400 students, both from junior high school and senior high school departments. So we responded to our electronic survey. So that is our instrument, electronic survey containing open-ended questions in response to the objectives of the study. And we analyze them using case analysis or the thematic analysis. So here are the case study findings. First and foremost, on the adoption of remote learning strategies. Okay. Based from the question, what are the various remote learning strategies in terms of 4 categories? So the first one is in terms of the learning delivery modalities. So here are the list of these LDMs being adopted by the school. So we adopted the use of the asynchronous generally. No, for online distance learning, we adopted the asynchronous, no, purely asynchronous online distance learning. However, there are some particular lessons that needed to have a certain online or virtual discussion or dialogue for clarifications of on the lessons, especially with the complex lesson, and also to have an intervention on the least learned competencies. That's why they still put into the use of synchronous ODL. However, it is a scheduled synchronous ODL, so not just actually part of the LDM, right? So printed modular distance learning for those who do not have Wi-Fi connection or internet connection at home. Okay. Then digital modular distance learning, those who have gadgets, those who have laptops or smartphones or any other gadgets used for learning, but they do not have or did they have this poor internet connection or they are just using mobile data, right? Or prepaid internet data. And also we have the blended distance learning for those who really wanted to still have the printed modules, okay, aside from being in the asynchronous online distance learning. Okay, for them because we are catering different learners with different learning styles. Second category for the remote learning strategy is something to do with the learning management system or the LMS. Okay, we have the Google Classroom. Okay, we adopted the use of Google Classroom uniform from grade 7 up to the grade 12. Okay, all of the teachers are using Google Classroom. And then in terms of the third category, which is on learning software or apps, we have there lots of learning tools or learning software applications being utilized by the teachers. Of course, the mainly utilized for virtual consultation or virtual kumustahan or online kumustahan is the Google Meet, right? Because it's free of use, right? And then we have the Zoom for those who have, for those teachers who have access or who have this unlimited access to Zoom. And then we have some of the teachers created the Facebook page or group for their section, for their class or for their subject. Okay. Where in fact the students could see their announcements and so on. Whenever they have a difficulty in the access to Google Classroom or so on. Okay. Facebook page or group could be an alternative for that. Then Facebook Messenger for asking questions to teachers and for constant follow-up and communication with the students. Okay. The Gmail for notifications of requirements and so on. Yahoo Mail for those who could not have access to Gmail. But usually, most of the students are using Gmail. Then, of course, the Google Forms, okay, for online assessments, for online learning tasks, and so on. Right? Some teachers are utilizing Microsoft Forms, okay, because they find MS Forms more convenient than Google Forms. Okay. The YouTube for the uploading of video lectures because in the Google Classrooms you need to for an easy access you need to upload first the video lectures or the recorded video lectures of teachers the YouTube first and then in your particular YouTube account before it will be uploaded no for ease of access for the students in the Google Classroom. The Kahoot quiz, most of the students enjoy using this when the teachers are utilizing Kahoot. Same as with quizzes, okay, menti.com. For menti.com kasi is used for participation in usually in recitations in online discussion so that students could have those who are hesitant to answer live so we could use menti.com. Then MS Teams, some teachers use MS Teams. Then StreamYard for streaming of video lectures or for meeting as well. Okay, EduCandy and Discord and some. So these are mostly utilized learning software or apps in the school. Then fourthly, in terms of the distance learning materials being provided to students, so we have the self-learning modules being developed by the DepEd Central Office and the DepEd Regional Offices, right? Being distributed to schools, right? Then worksheets or activity sheets. These are supplementary materials especially we are in the science curriculum. So we particularly add some or supporting materials for better learning. Okay. So we provided also students with weekly home learning plan or students guide so that they will be guided. They will be given a schedule, what to follow, in a particular day, in a particular week. Then some teachers are giving discussion handouts for better or further discussion of what is in the self-learning modules. They must go with a little bit of booklet, especially those who with the laboratory classes and the laboratory experiments or activities. Okay? Then, of course, teachers are recording educational videos or video lectures or instructional videos. Okay? And it will be uploaded in the Google Classroom so that students could view the discussion so that they could have, aside from the discussion being put in the self-learning modules, so through video lectures, lessons could be clarified for the students. Okay? For the second objective, so it is divided into two, the strengths and weaknesses of remote learning, right? So here, let us first have the strengths. So we divide this into two groups, responses from the teachers and responses from the students. And then we analyze the responses and then we come up with the different themes, okay, based from the concepts of their responses. So first is for the teacher respondents. The first theme that we developed is on productivity and efficiency in workload. So let me read some of the highlighted responses. It is quick to grade and return the scores of the students, especially in the use of Google Forms. Okay, you could easily check, okay, because answers are provided there. So key to corrections are provided there. You have to key in the key answers, and then Google Forms will automatically check. Okay. Except essay questions or open-ended questions. You need to, read and then grade them, okay, one by one, right? Then checking the outputs on the dot, right? As I have said before. So putting them in G forms, reviewing the lessons just by replaying the video discussion of the teachers. Okay, so students could replay the video discussion in the most convenient way, right? Most effective in the sense that we have lesser students to monitor, unlike in a face-to-face classes. So you have to face many students. So here, you could give individual feedback. Effortful, but it is actually useful. Students could determine right away what are their flaws and what are their weaknesses so that the next time they will no longer commit the same mistakes. Right? Secondly, second theme is fostering good character among students. So it's a good thing that we have this remote learning. Strengthen the concept of individualized instruction. So cultivates responsibility and time management among students. Yes, they need to follow. Otherwise, there will be bulk of learning tasks. No, weekly there will be weekly learning tasks. So if they will not be doing those, there will be lots of backlog. So they will be having a hard time for that. So they are being taught so the concept of responsibility and time management. Okay, hopefully most of the students, right? Then you have there, it promotes discipline because you have to follow a schedule. Okay, you need to do the task. Okay, resourcefulness and independence among students in terms of learning. Okay, when the kind of students are already independent learners and are self-motivated and disciplined. So good thing. So we have some of the learners are independent learners. So they are strengthening the concept of dependent learning and at the same time responsibility and time management. Thirdly, you have their independent and flexible learning strategies, right? So students develop their own strategies to learn, right? And remote learning is effective to students who can learn independently while having the comfort of their homes, right? So it's flexible learning in a sense that they are given the schedule for today. So it depends on them on how they could manage the given schedule or time allotment for a particular subject. Okay. It's most effective in self-paced learning of students. Yes, especially for those who are independent learners. Okay. They can go back to the video lectures or they could replay or discussions in modules. They could reread discussions in modules. So unlike in the face-to-face classes, of course, teachers could no longer sometimes repeat uh, what what they have discussed, no, in the usual classroom scenario. So here, they could replay the video. At the same time, they could reread what is written in the modules. And then there is also this concept of discovery learning. So most effective when students can turn in performance tasks more than what we expected them to do. So definitely there is this discovery of their new learning style. So they could be flexible enough. They could be adaptive to some of the learning platforms and so on. From my point of view, according to this teacher, I can say that RL is effective when my students not only get perfect or passing scores, but also when they have submitted performance tasks with quality. So because probably students could perform tasks with longer time, unlike in the usual face-to-face classes or in the usual routine of classes, they have limited time to work on their performance tasks. Kasi from the whole day they are in school and then they will uh, take a ride to go home. So definitely they will arrive at home at night and they're too tired, so they could no longer have the time to revisit their notes and revisit the tasks or the assignments for them. So they could do those during weekends and so on. And especially during weekends, there are some particular household chores. So definitely there will be no time for specific longer time for a performance task. Okay. Then students are becoming advanced when it comes to learning at their own pace. So there are some of the students who could discover that they are independent learners. Okay. They could learn with these particular styles and they could learn with uh, this particular discovery learning, particularly on their learning styles, and a particular discovery of what we call this one, their skills in using different technological learning tools, and so on. Wait for a while. All right, so aside from discovery learning, there is this ICT integration in instructional delivery. So most of the teachers, although not all of them are used to educational technology tools or ICT integration in teaching and learning process. So here, they are, as much as possible, they are learning how to use them. Okay. I find RL most effective through AODL or asynchronous online teaching, coupled with WHLP and self-learning module with video presentations. So whether they could discover how to manipulate slide presentations together with video of the teacher discussing what's in the slide and so on. And how they could upload this and how they could put this in the Google Classroom, something like that. Okay. Tasky, yes, for beginners. Yes, we are all in this together actually. So everyone is in the adjustment period. Okay. Then, in discussing concepts that can be best explained using videos and pictures, okay? Teachers are being innovative, no, in the discussion. So before they are used to, lecture, then and visual aids. Now they are not just into PowerPoint presentation, but also putting, inserting videos, inserting pictures, and at the same time, putting music probably. Then they could manipulate the LMS, and some other learning softwares or learning applications. Okay, and by using advanced technology, yes. Then lastly, for the teachers, this remote learning is considered, no, for some of the teachers, that this is the best response or emergency response to learning continuity in this time of pandemic. So definitely, uh, of course, this is the list, no, and also the best. Actually, it's really the best solution for learning continuity in this time of pandemic, since we are facing the new normal now. Okay, So yes, no, it's actually environment friendly because it's less papers. Okay, less papers. But with the printing of the modules, yes, we need lots of papers. But it is being lessened, right? Unlike before, we have lots of papers now in our tables to check and so on, especially for the worksheets and everything. Okay. For me, it's beneficial now because of COVID-19. Of course, students and teachers can stay in their homes and stay safe from the virus. Still learning in the comforts of their home. Okay. On the part of the student respondents, so there are lots, but I will just be highlighting best responses. Okay. For on the part of the student respondents, remote learning is actually having the benefit of flexible and independent learning. Same with the other theme in the responses of the teacher respondents. Okay, I will just read some. So I think that remote learning most effective is when the learner to get to study his or her modules in their own time. Okay, they get to study by themselves and learn on their own. Okay, with that, every learner is being independent, and at the same time is being responsible enough to study their own lessons. Then here, a blend of digital and printed modules since there's a balance on studying in front of your computer and studying offline, which is good, okay, in some opinions and perceptions of the learners. Okay. Personally, distance learning helps the students be more independent since we are given self-learning modules, right? So it fosters and promotes flexible and independent learning. Aside from that, fostering good character in relation to the responses of the teachers as well. So here, by motivating myself, okay, to show up in meetings or complete assignments within the day. Right? At least they are having in mind the responsibility, of course, not just in the remote learning but also in household chores. Okay, it helps improve a student's schedule or plan of their own in studying because students learn on how they can study by themselves, thus creating their own techniques in learning. Okay? And the rest will follow. Aside from that, so student respondents find it beneficial because of such scheduled synchronous virtual discussion, especially for less learned competencies. Okay. So in a week, so there will be a time for consultation, a scheduled period for consultation in every subject area. Okay. So whenever there are confusions or gray areas in the discussion, students could uh, enter or could access the link provided for this scheduled synchronous virtual consultation. Okay? For those who are not that so independent learners, right? And for those who really wanted to have some clarifications, they could enter in, okay, into a Zoom meeting or a Google Meet, right? So sa pagkakaroon ng live discussion, so dahil nasasagot agad ng guro ang katanungan ng estudyante kapag naguguluhan, there is actually some confusion. So it's good thing for a scheduled synchronous virtual consultation. Since I have said before, we are purely asynchronous for online modality. Okay? Then there is also an observation of the open communication between and among teachers and students, right? So there's open communication. So you have there lots of particular. There is safe mode of learning, of course, because students are at home, okay? And there's technological advances where in fact students are, they could enhance ICT skills and competencies when it comes to the learning softwares and applications. And there is this ease of use considering learners' abilities and learning styles. So definitely, it depends on the learning styles of the students. Okay? On weaknesses of remote learning, so here are some of the themes. So difficulty in teaching complex lessons because teachers should be effortful in making video lectures. Okay? Meeting deadlines over learning lessons because students are given lots of learning tasks. So definitely there is no quality. Some particular aspect, there's no quality of learning. Struggling students, especially in the printed modular modality, there is no such video lectures provided, only the printed modules. So there there are particular problems in communication when it comes to clarification of the lessons. Then on the part of the student respondents, lack of teacher's guidance because it is remote learning, okay? Struggles in printed modular modality because, of course, there are some confusions in some of the lessons which are in the printed modular modality. Distractions at home, yes, definitely. Uh, Everyone experienced this. Exposure to gadgets for long hours. We could not deny the fact that students are exposed to lots of gadgets for long hours because of some of the learning tests that are so, challenging to me. Okay? Lastly, for the encountered challenges in the remote learning, so both teachers and students experienced intermittent to poor internet connection. So it will hinder the learning, of course. Too many workloads for the teachers, especially in the checking of the outputs and so on, right? Then difficulty in monitoring the students, yes, because you have to handle lots of classes and from time to time, it's very hard for you to answer emails, chats, and so on. Lack of skills in using educational technology tools or apps. Yes, not all of us are techie. Then for the student responses, poor internet connection, same with the teachers. Complexity of some lessons and tasks, right? Too many learning tasks. Okay, that's why there's an order from the DepEd to lessen the learning tasks. So at least 5 learning tasks, no, for every subject in a week. Okay. So now, let me highlight to you what to do now. Since we have existing school learning continuity plan, so since we are finished with the first quarter, we have encountered these particular challenges and some particular experiences. And so, we could suggest some modifications or add-ons to the existing learning continuity plan for better learning, of course, and for the betterment of everyone, okay? Teachers, students, and parents. So here are suggested strategic intervention or measures. So FLS, flexible learning schedule. Okay. Then it could be a week, one subject or two subjects or four subjects lang. And then the following week, another set of subjects. Okay. So let us try those particular scheme. Then the blending of synchronous and asynchronous. Equal combination actually of synchronous and asynchronous for better learning. We should not stick on purely asynchronous based from the experiences of the learners, they have difficulties. Then strengthen school and stakeholders partnership for provision of online distance learning gadgets, especially those who are in the printed modular modes. Let us help them be with us in the online distance learning so that they could not having difficulties in understanding the lesson. Okay, so with that, we have a number of students who are provided with gadgets and at the same time communication allowance so that they will now be transforming from printed modular modality to online distance learning. So good thing we have partners with that, partner industries and parents as well. Capacity building for teachers through workshops, especially on LMS and software application. Okay, so that everyone could be in this remote learning journey. Then weekly or quarterly MHC or mental health check or PFA psychological first aid programs and for mental health check as well. Or virtual, kumustahan, every week probably could be better. Then inclusion of semester reading break. Okay, kasi wala kami yan in our school calendar. So it's better to have a semestral reading break as well. Then constant open communication between among teachers, students, and parents. Okay, so that everyone could be monitored well. Okay, so that's all for our remote learning case study. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Another very interesting research. Um, we've learned a lot actually from these experiences. And just to wrap up, we already had 4 presentations, and just to um, inform our participants, our presentation number 2, the second group, the members are composed of faculty members, former faculty members. Maria Noche, she was a faculty member at Lyceum of the Philippines University Laguna. Clarizel Abistado, a teacher at Lucena North First Elementary School, and Lijan Key, a full-time student. For our third presenter, third group presenter, Princess Bulaklak, a special science teacher one of the Philippine Science High School Calabarzon Region Campus. Kimberly Jane Salome, Business English ESL instructor, Chungdam, Philippines. And just this presentation, we have Edison de la Cruz, Senior High School Teacher, Calamba City Science Integrated School. And Mary Jane Kim Sing, Teacher 1, Dep Ed Batangas. And Janina Gibani, Development Management Officer 2 of Agricultural Training Institute. So we still have 3 more group presentations. And for the next group, it's titled Level of Engagement of Parent Educators in the Self-Learning Modular Strategy of Santo Tomas Elementary School Annex, Calauan, Laguna. And by the way, the question and answer portion will be at the later part of the program when all presentations are finished uh, due to our time. So for this presentation number 5, Sharina Mamino, Cherry Rose Cupon, and Rosa Vilma Garcia. So let's welcome the presenters.
All right. Hello. I hope you can hear me well and my reception is good.
Yes, we
Yes.
can hear you.
All
Thank you.
right. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So yes, allow me. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ina Mamino, and allow me to present to you uh, our group's case study on the level of engagement of parent educators in the modular distance learning modality of Santo Tomas Elementary School Annex, Calauan, Laguna during COVID-19 pandemic. All right. So the main questions that we had before arriving to this concept is that how do our parents respond to the changing and challenging educational role that is brought to us by this pandemic? So for our general objective, we aim to determine the level of engagement of our parents who assist teachers and serve as educators of their children in the modular learning strategy of grade 2 students in Santo Tomas Elementary School, Annex Calauan, Laguna. All right, so according to the school principal, the school only adopts one learning modality, which is the modular distance learning. So this is due to the resources capacity of our teachers, our students and parents, as well as their respective internet connectivity, gadgets, equipment that is available in this time of pandemic. So with that, the school the school is providing weekly learning kits, which consist of module, activity sheet, reflection paper, and feedback form. All right. For the specific objectives, this case study described the following parent educators' constructs: their attitudes, their subjective norms, and behavioral intention to engage on the modular learning strategy. So further, this case study analyzed the relationship between the following: the attitudes and behavioral intentions, subjective norms and behavioral intentions, and volitional behavior. All right. So for the research design, we employed the quantitative research design method. We employed survey method to measure the parents' cognitive beliefs, feelings, self-reported behaviors, and dispositional traits. And then after collection of the data, key informant interviews to validate the data collected from the survey was then conducted. So for the research locale, so the Tomas Elementary School Annex is the host elementary school to housing units of families relocated from informal settlers from Metro Manila. It is also known as the National Housing Authority Site 3. So moreover, the school implemented that all elementary grade levels should require the engagement of their respective parents as to supervise their own children uh, for the guidance of the module. All right, for the sampling procedure, we sought the assistance of the school principal and advisor of grade 2 pupils. So with the discussion that we had, we chose grade 2 mapagbigay because the parents in this section belong to economically challenged families who lack educational background to further pursue their education during their times. So upon approval of the request uh, for this section, we sought the assistance of the advisor, of the grade school level advisor. So she provided us with a list of names of parents involved in this block section. So thereby, a complete enumeration sampling was used in selecting the respondents. So we have 28 respondents for this case study. Meanwhile, for the research instrument, the data collected using a self-administered questionnaire. It was written in Filipino and was composed of three parts. Part one talked about the social demographic characteristics of our respondents. Part two was about the seven causal components of behavior based on theory of recent action, which can determine their attitude, their subjective norms, and behavioral intention. And for part three, factors and considerations were given, statements were given to determine the parents' level of engagement. And this was based on on the ladder of citizen participation by Arnstein on 1969. All right, for the data analysis procedure, we both employed descriptive and inferential statistics. For part one, we used frequency counts, percentages, and averages. For parts two and three, we used five-part Likert skip. Meanwhile, for the inferential statistics, we used Pearson's correlation coefficient to determine the strength of relationship between two sets of quantitative and continuous variable. So after the quantitative analysis, we again conducted a key informant interview to further validate our data collected. All right, for our results and discussion, for the part one, which was the social demographic characteristics of our respondents age ranged from 21 to 40 years old and above. So on the average, parent educators were in their early to middle adulthood. So 30% of our respondents belong to 25 to 30 years old range, and the mean and median ages were 33.5 and 35.5 respectively. Meanwhile, for their civil status and gender, 89% of our respondents are married mothers. 75% of them have one to three children. Their highest educational attainment was that almost half of the population reached and or finished high school. So this indicates that the respondents were fairly educated, thus they are capable to be employed. On the other hand, for the current job, 47% of them lost their jobs due to home quarantine, and 16% of them are housewives. So this means that majority of our participants are staying with their children most of the time at home during this pandemic. All right. For part two and three, first for the second part, we again use the seven causal components or factors that was provided by the theory of recent action by Adjesen and Fishbein. So to determine the respondent's attitude, 15 statements broken down as follows: five statements for belief strengths, belief evaluations, and for attitude. All right. So for the belief strengths, out of our 28 parent educators, uh, research participants answered five statements that measured their belief strengths regarding modular learning strategy as an alternative educational approach during this COVID-19 pandemic. So it was found that the weighted means of all these statements were judged as strong. So of all provided statements, statement number two, which was child's learning should continue despite pandemic, got the highest weighted mean of 4.46. Then it was followed by statement number one, that child's learning is an own responsibility. These results can also be attributed as to what the Manila Times published on July 2020, claiming that our parents see themselves as having a crucial role in this time of pandemic, and that crucial role is to serve as their children's first teacher and give them the stepping stones that they need to adapt to life in school. Hence, with this belief strengths, parents are now finding themselves as the frontliners of education in their children in this trying time. Meanwhile, for the belief evaluations, these five statements were asked. These five statements addressed the extent of their beliefs with regard to their child educational benefits and its effects were asked. So during the interview, with the parent, it was verified that they perceived a student's learning continuity plan as discussed and provided by the school administrator during the orientation as an important course of action and plan in this time of pandemic. So it gained the highest weighted mean among all the statements, and that was 4.07. On the other hand, three statements resulted a neutral rating. So meaning our respondents are ambivalent on these statements. Supervising own child is important, efficiency of the content of the module, and easy to understand content. This can be attributed to the 60% of our respondents saying that it is not important that they are the one who supervise their own child at all times. uh, because sometimes parents are really having a hard time to understand the content of the module. Therefore, they seek help from their neighbors, their partner, from the teacher itself, and through the use of the internet. For the attitude, we associated these five statements that can assess their effective response according to their individual beliefs with regards to the consequences arising from module as effective alternative approach. So it is good to note that the parents' psychophysiological constructs in relations with these five statements and factors resulted to a strong adjectival rating. All of them believe that it is important to acquire the module during the scheduled time, supervise own child according to the indicated schedule of lectures and activities as indicated in the module. Addressing their child's educational need is a must, and understanding the instructions of the teachers and as well as having a constant communication with the teacher is important. All right, let's now go to the subjective norms. First is the normative beliefs. Normative beliefs is the parent educator's perception on how other stakeholders in the school community view the approach as an effective learning strategy. So this involves their partner, fellow parent educator, school officials, and teachers' perception in the modules, including its content, learning activities, and the given scheduled time. So according to our interview for this neutral statement, fellow parent educators believe that lessons are easy to understand and there is an ample time to answer the module. According to our interview, some parent educators are really, again, really having a hard time on how to supervise their children because one, as what our part one showed us under current job, some of our respondents lost their job during the start of this pandemic. So in order for them to provide food and health needs of their family, they first look for a job or they work first before attending to their child's educational needs. Second is that the capacity uh, of their child to fully grasp the topics discussed is different from their other classmates. And lastly, some subjects required more learning activities compared with other subjects or competencies. Hence, they are really having a hard time to balance all of the subjects and requirements given the scheduled time. All right. On the other hand, motivations to engage, which refer to the real or imagined pressure in engaging in the modular modality, we asked what we asked if these reasons was was we asked if their reason for engagement was driven by these five statements. So the need to work, the need to guide other sons or daughters, higher grade compared from the previous year, child's attention span, and time set as written in the module. Uh, These results can be associated with their willingness in accepting and embracing the challenge despite these provided factors and challenges. And it showed us that the results is neutral. The result is neutral. So for the subjective norms is the parent educators' sources of social pressure in engaging in remote learning strategy. So these are the group of people and these are the people or group of peoples that source that are the sources of positive outlook and hope with accepting that the modular strategy approach is an effective alternative strategy. And it showed us that our parent educators have a strong belief and strongly agrees that these are the social pressures that they're encountering. All right. For the behavioral intentions, which refer to the parents' plans, motivations, and desire to engage in modular learning approach, plans such as dedicating attention to own child's education, voicing out opinions to teachers and fellow parents, on having a dialogue with school officials, and actively participating in PTA. It is good to note that out of these five statements, four of these have strong results. However, the result on the last statement resulted to a neutral adjectival rating. So this result can be associated with the enhancement of the school's pillar number 4 that deals with the engagement of stakeholders for support and collaboration as what our interview provided us. All right. Now for the volitional behaviors. So volitional behavior, according to theory of reason action, is the outcome of behavioral intentions. So behavioral intention is the result of attitudes and subjective norm, which this rooted from other variables. So hence, for the last part of for our survey questionnaire, we integrated all of the 7 causal factors that involved in this decision making, which is the engagement of our parent educators. So with this, we asked 15 statements to measure the level of their engagement using this model of engagement. So according to Arnstein 1969, there are 8 level of engagement or participation. And then he categorized it into 3 categories, which is the non-participation that involves manipulation, therapy, degree of tokenism that involves informing, consultation, and vacation, and the degree of citizen power as partnership, delegate power, and citizen control. Now, with the results showed us that the level of engagement of our parent educators, specifically in grade 2 mapagbigay, could be described as reaching the degree of citizen power with 3.75 weighted mean. Put differently, our results may show a high level degree of participation or engagement. However, it falls under this level. We're in the borderline of degree of tokenism and on the low level of the degree of citizen power. So in this level, our parents serve as partners of the school or of the teachers in providing quality education or providing education. And that is true with what DepEd has envisioned with the use of this modality. That according to Adonis on 2020 October, parents are partners of teachers in education. They will not teach the subject matter, but will serve as channel between the child and the teacher. So this implies that the said causal factors, given these challenges, some of our respondents or majority of our respondents are yet still motivated to engage strongly believe in subjective norms and pressure with the task brought by this pandemic. So our parent educators in this school, specifically in this grade level, is on the highest degree of highest category of engagement under the level of partnership. All right. So this can also imply that our parent educators accept the challenge of changing their role, especially in the education aspect of their children as a partner of DepEd in the education aspect of their child. All right. For the relationship, parent educators' attitude and behavioral intention to engage, it showed us a significant positive relationship with moderate correlation. So this means that as attitude increases or as their beliefs increases and strengthen, their behavioral intention to engage increases as well. Meanwhile, for the parent educator subjective norms on modular learning strategy and behavioral intention to engage, it showed us a significant negative relationship or weak correlation wherein as we put pressure, most especially negative social pressures to our parents, their behavioral intention to engage decreases as well. And for our behavioral intention to engage and volitional behavior, it showed a significant positive relationship. So moderate correlation, meaning as they have as their behavioral intention increases, their level of engagement or their willingness to engage in this endeavor increases as well. All right. For recommendation, case study findings, since engagement of our targeted parents is one of the is relevant to the educational system nowadays. The findings could yes serve as a basis for enhancing remote learning strategies, planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. Further, uh, uh, interviewed showed us that it is recommended to strengthen the school's pillar number 4, which is the engagement of stakeholders of Santo Tomas Elementary School Annex, Calawang, Laguna, by organizing parents' forums that could support their own and child's mental health needs, such as ikamustahan. Also, recommendation on improving the contents of the learning kit, make it simpler and balance all of the learning activities. And then blended learning include lecture videos to complex, most especially to those complex subjects and competencies. All right. To further validate this case study, syempre, we recommend that a more in-depth data gathering method could be done, so a larger scope of respondents. This case study can be replicated in other grade school levels and other school stakeholders to improve generalizations of these findings. All right, so here are our references, and together with me is Ma'am Cherry Rose Cupon Acorda, an elementary school teacher at DepEd, and Ma'am Rosa Vilma Garcia, a high school teacher at DepEd. All right, thank you all for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. Babanggitin ko po sana yung mga affiliation and designation ng uh, group group 5 pero nabanggit na po ni Ma'am Sharina Mamino. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. And for the next presentation, group 6. Okay, so it's titled Responding to a Pandemic, a case study of the modular distance learning modality implemented by Bagong Barrio Elementary School. This research was done by Jovili Monroy Ang, Christine Anek Serenado, and Michelle Castillo Marca. They are requesting that they will be off-cam so that they would be able to have a more stable audio connection for us to hear them. So here are the presentation number 6 group.
Okay po. Good day to everyone. So, as Sir already said the member's name na po, so that's Start na po. So we will present our case study entitled Responding to a Pandemic, a case study of the modular distance learning modality implemented by Bagong Barrio Elementary School. So we will discuss the following. Ma'am, next slide. Okay, so we will discuss the background of the study, significance of the study, objectives of the study, methodology, results, conclusions, recommendations, and its implication. So first, let us all look to our research on the background of our study in order for us to gain a better understanding of the study we've researched on. So the COVID-19 pandemic is a critical health issue that confronts not only the Philippines but the rest of the world, thus challenging world leadership. Its effect has been felt by every part of the nation and was not limited to the health sector, one of which is the education sector. The crisis crystallizes the dilemma whether to forego the opening of classes this school year that would help in reducing contact and saving lives, or to carry on with the schedule established by the law. So, how will the education continue as we are facing this kind of unexpected turn of events? So, according to DONIC of 2013, to maintain the education of millions of Filipino students, the government implemented a distance learning approach, wherein it is also known as the correspondence education or home study, which is it is a form of education where there is little or no face-to-face interaction between students and their instructors. And this type of modality has three categories: the online learning, modular learning, and the blended learning. By this, how can a certain school will decide on what modality to use? So the type of distance modality to be adopted by a particular school will depend on what fit their school best. For the purpose of this research, Bagong Barrio Elementary School was chosen to be the subject of this study. And here are some of the information about the chosen school. So Bagong Barrio Elementary School, or the BBES, is located at West District, Barangay Balasing, Santa Maria, Bulacan, and is classified as a medium school facilitated by the Department of Education of the Division of Bulacan. And since we are in a new normal setting or situation, the school has created its Learning Continuity Plan, or the LCP, in support of the DepEd's national issuances and policy guidelines to effectively and efficiently implement its mandate and the delivery of learning under the new normal of basic education. Now, let us identify the chosen distance modality that fit the BBS best. So in accordance with their SLCP, the school has come up with an alternative delivery modality suited to cater their learners, and that is the modular distance learning, which is based on the learning delivery modality decision tree from the survey results of the learners enrollment survey form, or the LESF of the school. So for a short review of what MDL is, so modular distance learning involves individualized instruction that allows the learner to use the what's so-called SLMs, or the self-learning modules, wherein it is in printed copies that is also favorable mode of delivery during the pandemic. It is also applicable in the context of the learner and other learning resources like learner's material, activity sheets, study guides, and other study materials. But question arises on how will the monitoring and assisting will take place. So teachers takes the responsibility of monitoring the progress of the learners, where it can be done in different ways of communication via phone calls, text messages, chatting through Facebook or Messenger, video conference, individual learning monitoring plan, etc. And if possible or whenever possible, the teacher shall do home visits to learners needing assistance or remediation, or those students who have difficulties in using SLMs. Also, learners may ask for assistance from the teachers via the same ways of communication the teacher use in monitoring the progress of the learners. And lastly, teachers can also give instructions to the parents during the retrieval and distribution of modules on how they can guide the learners well at home. Now, Let's move on to the significance of the study. So with the implementation of the MDL, this time of COVID-19 pandemic at BBES, it is important that the modality be assessed in order to know its impact on the learners as well as on other members of the educational community. Hence, this study aims to examine the modular distance learning modality implemented by Bagong Barrio Elementary School in response to the COVID-19 pandemic as its general objective. Specifically, it aims to identify the problems encountered in the implementation of modular distance learning modality as perceived by the educational community. Second, to identify the benefits of modular distance learning modality as perceived by the educational community. Third, to identify the strengths and weaknesses of the modular distance learning modality implemented by Bagong Barrio Elementary School using the SWOT analysis. And lastly, to give recommendations on how to improve the modular distance learning modality using the SWOT analysis. And next, to explain the methodology, Ma'am Christine Serenado.
Good afternoon po. For the methodology, a qualitative method was adopted in this study. Moreover, a purely descriptive case study design was used. The researchers created an in-depth understanding of an complex issue in this challenging time because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The study provided information and examined the modular distance learning modality implemented by Bagong Barrio Elementary School. The study was conducted in Bagong Barrio Elementary School under the Division of Bulacan during the school year 2020 to 2021. It is situated in Santa Maria, Bulacan, as said earlier, and is currently accommodating 507 pupils with the help of 14 teachers. So the researchers gathered data from the education community, specifically the principal, teachers, representatives from the PTA, and representatives from the SPG. So here is the table for the number of respondents where 27 individuals participated in this study. The researchers first conducted an online interview with the school principal via Zoom and Facebook. So this is to primarily get for getting permission, general information, and even the history about the school and its remote learning strategy. The SLCP was retrieved and reviewed that shows their different preparations to the continuity of education during the COVID-19 pandemic. So it also contains how the school come up with MDL as the best modality for the school year. Given the current restrictions, the survey was conducted online via Google Forms. The researchers secured a waiver to the respondents to protect their privacy. Also, considering the concerns for internet connection, a printed version of the form was given to the respondents who have no or poor connection with the help of the school teachers. The instrument has two versions, both in Filipino. The first set of questionnaires contain more straightforward and detailed questions for the SWOT analysis, together with a researcher-made questionnaire. This was given to the principal, the PTA officers, and the and teachers. Sorry. The second set of questionnaires was prepared for the students. So it's quite similar to the first set, but does not include questions for SWOT analysis. Okay. So the SWOT analysis is used to know what are the strengths and weaknesses of the school from different perspectives. It will also show the opportunities and threats they foresee that should be explored to either maximize or minimize its future effect. The researcher made questionnaire targets to know the respondents' perceived problems, benefits, and recommendations for the further improvement of the MDL implementation. So this was given to all respondents. The gathered data was the basis of the researchers to help recommend ways to improve the school's adopted learning strategy that fits its catering community. In addition, thematic analysis was used to define and extract themes from the responses for the presentation of the results. Next is the results, Ma'am Merka.
For the results, A total of 27 respondents, 1 principal, 9 teachers, 10 parents, and 7 students participated in the survey conducted. Eldest is 47 years old, while youngest is 11 years old. All respondents were asked to identify problems that they encountered with the implementation of MDL at BBES. Thematic analysis was used to define and extract themes from the responses of the participants. Based from the answers, the problems encountered are the following: modules used, teacher-student communication, distribution and collection of modules, learning of pupils, teaching capability of parents, personal and social relationships of students with classmates and friends, and evaluation and monitoring of pupils. Specific problems under each themes identified are as follows. As for the modules used, teachers, parents, and students all agreed that some of the contents of the modules were flawed and incorrect. Most teachers claimed that the contents of the modules were not verified and confirmed prior to distribution. There were also missing number of pages in the modules. The number of modules were also not enough for all the students. So some of the excerpts of the respondents' answers are the following. Kadalasan ay mali-mali ang mga letra ng module at hindi tugma-tugma ang mga nasa module at answer sheets. Kulang-kulang po ang pages at malabo ang pagka-print. Hindi sapat ang bilang ng mga modules. In terms of teacher-student communication, a common answer among teachers is their difficulty reaching the students, especially those with no gadgets. Also, most parents and students are having difficulty to contact the teachers, especially when they are in remote areas where mobile connection is unstable. So according to them, mahirap po magtanong sa teacher pag may mga hindi ako maintindihan sa lesson, lalo na po kung walang cellphone. Hirap kapag makipagkomunikasyon ng ibang mag-aaral sa guro dahil may ibang mag-aaral na walang gadget. And mahirap po ang signal dito sa amin, hindi namin makontak ang mga teacher. Distribution and collection of modules is another major problem in the MDL modality, as regarded by almost all of the teachers. There are times that modules coming from DepEd are delayed, and most of the times parents cannot pick up and return modules on time. So here are some of their responses. May mga magulang na hindi nakakasunod sa takdang oras ng pagkuha at pagbalik ng mga modules. May mga magulang na hindi nakikipag-ugnayan at hindi kumukuha ng modules. At minsan, hindi dumadating ang mga module sa tamang oras. Another problem identified by some teachers and parents is the compromised learning ability of the students. They said that in this type of modality, students' learning may just be limited to the contents of the modules. Also, a couple of parents noticed that with this type of modality, students have difficulty focusing on their lessons. It made learning boring, uninteresting, and monotonous. So again, for their responses, naging limitado ang natutunan ng mga bata sa kung ano ang nasa module. Kaunti lang ang pwedeng matutunan ng mga bata. Hindi makapag-focus ang mga bata dahil pakiramdam nila ay nag-iisa at nagiging boring at paulit-ulit ang mga tanong. At madaling mainip at magsawa ang mga bata, walang focus at umaasa lang sa mga magulang. Given the MDL modality, much of the teaching and explaining part of the lessons were delegated to parents. One of the problems seen by respondents is the teaching capability of the parents. Not all parents are able to guide their children because there are some who they themselves are not literate enough to understand the modules or have low educational attainment. Some teachers also noticed the same predicament. Another problem that limits teaching capability of parents is having difficulty in asserting authority when it comes to school activities. One parent even answered that children used to follow instructions given by teachers more than when they do. So conflicts with the work schedule as well as having many children to attend to were also considered by some parents to inhibit their teaching capability. So according to them, mahirap po ituro ang mga aralin kasi hindi naman namin po ito naiintindihan. Ang hirap po mag-explain sa mga bata, hindi po sigurado kung tama ang tinuturo namin. May mga magulang po na hindi naman nakatapos ng pag-aaral kaya madalas hindi nila alam ang mga lesson. Others say that mahirap pasunurin ang mga bata. Mas nakikinig po at sumusunod ang mga bata sa guro pagdating sa mga aralin sa eskwela. At mahirap po magturo lalo na kapag madami kang anak na nag-aaral tapos may work ka pa. So continuing education through MDL during this time of pandemic also yielded problematic personal and social relationship of pupils with their classmates and friends. Pupils themselves admitted that they are having difficulty studying alone at home. One pupil claimed that he is not enjoying the way he is studying now, especially that he cannot see his classmates and friends. Same problems with regards to social behavior are being noticed by parents. They said that their children became quiet, shy, and most of the time lonely at home. So again, their responses, mahirap po ang pag-aaral ng mag-isa, malungkot po kasi walang classmate and friends. Hindi po ako sanay sa pag-aaral ng mag-isa, one student answered. Hindi nag-e-enjoy ang mga bata sa pag-aaral. Malungkot ang mga bata kasi wala silang kabiruan at katuksuhan. Nagiging mahiyain ang mga bata, naging malungkutin at nabawasan ng interes sa pag-aaral. With the implementation of MDL, another problem that surfaced, especially among teachers, is the problem with student evaluation and monitoring. Since MDL is new to all, there has been no standard means of evaluating the pupils. Even in terms of monitoring, teachers claim that they still cannot find ways on how to monitor their pupils. There are teachers who think that some parents are the ones answering the modules, and some students are just copying the answers from the given answer sheets. So again, hindi po sigurado kung sila talaga ang nagsasagot ng modules or kumukopya lang sila sa answer sheets. One teacher claimed, may mga magulang na sila ang nagsasagot ng modules. Problema po sa part naming mga teacher ang evaluation and monitoring. Hintay na lang po kami sa DepEd kung paano. Now, despite the problems recognized using the MDL, there are also benefits that were identified. Again, based from the responses of those who participated the survey, several themes were obtained, and these are safety, learning attitudes of pupils, continuity of learning, improved family relationships, and decreased cost of education. Most of the respondents in all groups considered safety as the major advantage of implementing MDL modality. All of them are grateful that there is no need to go to school and hence less chance of contracting the virus. So, naging ligtas ang mga guro at mag-aaral, according to one teacher, makakaiwas sa COVID ang mga bata from one parent, and maiiwasan ang pagkalat ng sakit, answered by one student. Majority of teacher respondents said that MDL has made pupils more independent and was able to develop resourcefulness. Students were able to do research on their own and even learned how to manage their time efficiently. So according to them, naging independent ang mga bata sa pag-aaral. Natuto ang mga bata na mag-research at mag-self-study at natuto sila ng time management. Now, for most parents, it is the continuation of learning despite pandemic that they considered main benefit of MDL. They claim that this modality is ideal, especially for those students who cannot afford to buy gadgets and do not have internet connection. So these are the responses of the parents. Natuto ang mga bata kahit hindi naka-online, nakapag-aral po ang mga bata kahit may pandemya. Improving family relationships through increased bonding time of parents and students while studying is another benefit identified by most parents and students. For them, this type of modality has somehow forced them to spend time with each other, which they appreciate. So to quote, one parent said, nagkaroon ang mga bata ng oras na makasalimuha ang mga magulang. While one student answered, natuturuan po ako ng maayos ni mama at nagkakaroon po kami ng bonding time. Lastly, a couple of parents stated that another advantage of MDL is the decreased cost of education. They claimed that costs like buying uniforms and daily allowances were cut off. So nakabawas sa pagbili ng uniforms, baon at iba pang school supplies, and nakatipid sa baon ang mga bata. Now, in order to identify the strengths and weaknesses of MDL, SWOT analysis was used. In terms of strengths, The respondents were asked what makes MDL unique and better than other modality. They were also asked directly what are its strengths. The principal mentioned that MDL is the preferred modality of most of the parents as shown in the results of LESF. Also, most of the teachers think that MDL can serve as a good opportunity for independent learning. The principal also finds supportive teachers, parents, and barangay officials a strength. And lastly, most parents find that the safety offered by MDL is a major strength. The weaknesses of MDL were asked to the respondents by asking them what they think are the disadvantages of the said modality. They were also directly asked of its weaknesses as seen by them and the people living in their community. According to the principal, one weakness would be the erroneous and inaccurate contents of the modules. Difficulty in the distribution and returning of modules, inadequate number of modules, lack of communication with teachers, compromised learning of the pupils, and problem with evaluation of pupils are other weaknesses identified. Questions with regards to opportunities and threats were also asked, and responses to these questions were also used to come up with some recommendations. So here is the summary of the SWOT analysis. So for the opportunities, good relationship of teachers and parents, the school having their own printers and copiers, having private donors and sponsors supporting the school program, and having supportive and cooperative parents are considered opportunities, while not having enough resources from DepEd and cooperative parents and the virus itself are considered threats. So for the recommendations, um, so here are the recommendations gathered from the responses of the participants. So it also came from the thorough and analysis of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of MDL at BBES. In terms of modules used, providing enough modules for the pupils of BBES is a recommendation, plus checking and proofreading of the modules prior to distribution. Now, when it comes to distribution and collection of modules, teachers should find time to remind parents on the pick up and return date of the modules. They should have more than one pick up and return place of the modules, and parents should find time to pick up and return modules on time. When it comes to communication, the recommendations are first, utilizing social media like FB, Messenger, Viber, and others to further disseminate information quickly. Parents as well as pupils should be encouraged to have an open communication with the teachers. Instruction should be explained well to the pupils and parents. Some parents some parents requested to have instructions and lessons be all in Filipino for them to understand it well, and to have at least once a week teacher-student discussion. Now, lastly, when it comes to student learning, they recommend to let the students answer their own module and to practice honesty at all times, and to limit distractions at home and provide children with a conducive place for learning. Now, for the conclusion, we have Tin again.
Um, Based on the results and discussion, the following conclusions were drawn. Number one, most respondents prefer MDL as their instruction of or mode of learning. It was well supported by the educational community. Number two, problems the educational community has identified in the implementation of MDL are about the modules, teacher-student communication, modules distribution and collection, learnability, parents' teaching capability, students' interpersonal and intrapersonal relationship, and the process of evaluating and monitoring. Number three, benefits the educational community has identified in the implementation of MDL are its safeness, the learning attitude it develops in pupils, the promotion of learning continuity, the relationship it forms, and its cost efficiency. Number four, it was also revealed that one strength of MDL is that it is a good opportunity for independent learning. However, the weakness of MDL surrounds the module use itself, such as difficulty in delivering the materials, its contents, and its learnability. Number five, the recommendations for further improvement of MDL given by the educational community includes proofreading and providing more copies of modules, organizing distribution and collection of modules, maximizing technology for communication, and limiting distractions for pupils. Recommendation. So based on the conclusion, the following recommendations were drawn. Number one, the researchers acknowledge the given recommendations of of the respondents. Most of these are feasible as long as it's done with proper coordination with the educational system and the community. BBES should provide a brief discussion of what is MDL and how should it be implemented. This will help both parents and pupils to understand its goal and purpose. In addition, encouraging them to embody academic integrity will be helpful. B- BBES should try to provide one module per student with the help of LGUs and other stakeholders, and have a more organized and strict distribution and collection of modules. It allows the pupils to explore its content more and will limit the physical contact because parents will no longer go to school frequently just to exchange their modules. Carefully examining all the contents of the modules to lessen unwanted errors is also a must. Number four, BBES should maximize the technology and utilize it as an opportunity to promote healthy communication, especially the power of social media. They could work with public and private sectors to address concerns with internet connection and lack of technological aid. Number five, to give more precise result, continuing the study until the end of the school year is suggested. Alternatively, conducting the study again after one school year is a good way to get richer sets of data. Number six, conducting related research with a wide set of respondents is also encouraged. A variety of results will help the education system and the public to have deeper comprehension on the problem. Next, we have the implication. So these are the implications based on the conclusions and recommendations. Number one, the implementation of MDL is still might still continue given the challenges COVID-19 had brought. Most people believe that it will not only promote a safe learning environment but also help everyone cope up with the current education system. BBES MDL is still relatively new. Further enhancement will be made after the school year has ended, since the full effect of its implementation will be observed and demonstrated this school year. That would be all. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you very much. Another interesting story, and napakaganda yung pag-share ng mga sagot din based from their interviews. And also, we would like to share the Group 6, Jovile Monroy Ang, a public kinder teacher of the Division of Laguna. Christine Anek Serenado, a private tutor. And Michelle Castillo Marca, faculty consultant, Department of Family and Community Medicine, Calamba Medical Center. You can chat po yung mga questions, and later, and then after the seventh and last presentation, we can give the open the question and answers. And for the last presentation, alam kong excited na ang bawat isa to hear another interesting research about using the appreciative inquiry approach in examining the best teaching practices St. Therese Montessori School of San Pablo Casa Department by Daniel Renz Rock, Rose Ann Torres, and Criselda Luis. Um, Daniel Rensrock is a teaching associate in UPLB DevCom, Development Communication College. Rose Ann Torres, ESL teacher, and Criselda Luis, STMS School Administrator. Let's welcome them.
Hello po, good afternoon or evening. In behalf of my group mates, I am Renz Rock and I will be presenting our case study titled Using the Appreciative Inquiry Approach or AI approach in examining the best teaching practices of the St. Therese Montessori School of San Pablo or STMS CASA department. Now, a while back, Dr. Bakongi shared her opening remarks, and she mentioned that because of the COVID-19 pandemic, there are a lot of problems, criticisms, and challenges that surfaced, especially in the education sector. And hence, it became the task of teachers and school administrators to become adaptive and resilient. Dr. Bakongis also described the teachers as leaders in facilitating transformation. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the other groups, the previous presenters, said that even the parents have significant roles, especially now in remote learning, because they serve as channels between the teachers and the learners. And hence, this is the relationship, the nexus of relationship, which we aimed to study or explore in our case study. So the objective of our study was to examine the best practices in remote learning of STMS CASA department during the pandemic. So the CASA department is the preschool department. The specific objectives are as follows. First, to identify the teaching practices in remote learning of preschool teachers of STMS. Second is to analyze the specific teaching activities of STMS and remote learning. And lastly, to recommend suggestions for the improvement of the teaching practices of STMS. So the methodology we followed, as we stated in our title, is the appreciative inquiry approach, which was also used by one of the previous groups. So AI is a change methodology in participatory action research that is opportunity-based in contrast to the problem-based PAR practices. Traditionally, when we think of participatory action research, we think of research approaches that are focused on problems and solutions as perceived by community members. What sets AI apart from other PAR methodologies is that it focuses on opportunities, external opportunities and internal strengths rather than the weaknesses and threats in a community. So it focuses on underscoring the positive aspects of a community and elevating the collective and individual strengths of its members. And of course, it is guided by the principle
Sorry.
that okay, po. It is guided by the principle that inquiry is inspired by life. So the previous group also shared this process. This is the process of appreciative inquiry. It starts with discover or sharing of experiential stories, followed by dream or the identification of the causes of success and the possibilities that arise from these, and design, the identification of emergent themes and propositions. Um, this also includes destiny, the fourth step of the appreciative inquiry process. Um, but we decided not to use or conclude our AI process for reasons we will explain later on. So we focus on the first three steps of the AI process. And coincidentally, we noticed that our objectives actually corresponded to our processes. So the first objective was linked to our first for to the first step of discovering because we identified the teaching practices. The second step of the I process or the dreaming analyzed the specific teaching activities because we were analyzing what were the causes of success and what were the possibilities caused by these successes. And finally, our third objective of recommending suggestions for the improvement of the teaching practices of STMS um, corresponded to design, the last step of our AI process. So that was very coincidental. We did not intend for this to happen, and we were very delighted with this. For our methodology, we used qualitative approaches, participatory tools in data gathering. So the first thing we did was key informant interviews with two stakeholders, namely the preschool teacher, Teacher Joy, and the CASA department head. Now, in doing the key informant interview, we developed or designed a questionnaire, a set of questionnaire to serve as guide for our interview. However, because it was a semi-structured interview, we were free to remove or modify or alter the questions as we went along with the interview process. The second thing we did was a focus group discussion with the parents of STMS and preschool STMS preschool learners. So the parents were selected using non-randomized convenient sampling. We simply asked STMS to provide us with a list of parents who were active in the activities of STMS, and then we contacted them. And out of the 8 persons that we contacted, 5 of them agreed to participate in our study. So this is some of the sample outputs of our focus group discussion. We were able to conduct sort of an activity wherein we asked them to describe their thinking, relating, being, and doing during the time of pandemic and during remote learning, so that we can um, perhaps extract or figure out what were their thoughts and opinions with regards to remote learning. Now we proceed with the results and discussion. First, before we proceed with the actual data gathering and analysis, we're going to first present some information about STMS. So STMS began in 2003 as a preschool, and recently, as part of its learning continuity plan, STMS prepared the online distance learning, or the ODL, to incorporate or integrate the use of technology in their teaching practice. So the students and their parents had an orientation from July 8 to 28, 2020, and practice and dry run activities were conducted from August 3 to 22, 2020. Finally, didactic Montessori materials and other learning materials were distributed to the learners. All these activities were done in preparation of the next semester. So now we proceed with the insights from our participants. So we are going to present this thematically and step by step. So the first step, of course, is the discovery step, or the sharing of experiential stories. In identifying the experiences of our participants, we first ask them what their motivations were in continuing the delivery of education or continuing their children's learning. So for the preschool teacher, her motivation was her passion for teaching and the need of the children for continuous learning. Teacher Joy, the preschool teacher, was very passionate about teaching. She has been in the profession for nearly a decade now, and she has been with STMS for around 6 years already. And she was very passionate. She said that when she found out that remote learning was going to be conducted at STMS, she really wanted to learn about the use of technology in teaching because that was something that was new to her at the time. And at the same time, she saw herself relating to her students. She found that if they do not continue teaching, then the students' learning would be affected. And that was her main motivation for teaching. As for the department head, her main motivation is her concern over the mental health and well-being of the children. The department head believes that um, socialization is very crucial for children, especially at that age, at a very young age. And she believes that because of the remote learning and because of the pandemic, children were not able to socialize, and it really took a toll on their mental health and well-being. So she was really concerned over the mental health and well-being of the learners, and she said that that was her main motivation why she really wanted to push through with education despite the pandemic. And lastly, the motivation of the parents is the eagerness and readiness of their children to learn. They shared to us that at the beginning they had doubts whether or not they should enroll their children for a number of reasons. For example, one of them said that they think remote learning is age inappropriate for preschool learners. Another said that she had concerns on the accessibility of gadgets and of a stable internet connection. But nonetheless, they realized that their children were really eager to learn and they were ready because they had learned how to read at home. They began reading, they began counting at home. So they eventually pushed through with the enrollment. Also, in the discovery step, we asked them about their actual experiences during the semester or during remote learning. So for the preschool teacher, her experience revolved around taking seminars and trainings in preparation for the semester. As we mentioned earlier, the teacher was really interested in the use of technology, so she took seminars and trainings sponsored by STMS in preparation for the upcoming semester. For the department head, the experience is initiating bonding activities with the teachers. The department head shared to us that before the pandemic started, she would initiate bonding activities with the teachers under her department. They would eat together, they would go out together, and they would foster a community of respect and of openness with one another. And because of the pandemic, that was halted, of course, and the department had started thinking of ways to initiate bonding activities with the teachers. And one of the ways she found was to open her home so that the preschool teacher could make use of the facilities inside her own home. The department head had very fast and stable internet connection, and hence the preschool teacher saw that as an opportunity for her to create a workspace within the department head's home. And through that way, the department head is able to monitor the progress of the teacher, and at the same time, she is able to bond with the preschool teacher. Lastly, the experience of the parents is that they related to STMS, their relatives, and their co-parents for assistance. So in relating to STMS, this includes having orientation activities and feedback sessions with STMS. In relating to their relatives, this include reaching out for material or financial assistance. And in relating with their co-parents, they develop small groups among themselves so that they would remind each other of activities or remind each other of deadlines. Basically, small support groups with the other parents. Now we go on with the second step or the dream step, which includes the identification of the causes of success and the possibilities that arose from these. For the preschool teacher, the causes of success are the seminars and trainings, which we already mentioned earlier, and of course, the regular consultation activities with the parents. The preschool teachers said to us that prior to remote learning, the parents would only consult with her once or twice a month, but since remote learning started, the parents would set regular consultation activities almost every day. That the preschool teacher now allotted a couple of hours every day after every class for the parents to consult with her. For the department head, the cost of success are the availability of learning management systems. They use Google Classroom for giving out learning materials and at the same time Zoom for online classes, the cooperation of the parents, and of course, the responsibility of the teacher. So because she was able to monitor the progress of the teacher closely because they work in a shared space, she is able to observe how the teacher functioned, and she lauded the teacher for being responsible in her tasks. Finally, the causes of success for the parents of preschool teachers are the teaching delivery of the teacher, which they described as engaging to the students, the orientation by STMS, and the adjustment of school fees. Now, STMS decided to decrease the tuition and matriculation fee of its students because, well, they were able to save up some money because the children were not going to school anymore. And the parents welcomed this because some of them had their economic activities either altered, suspended, or altogether removed because of the pandemic. So they saw this as a very open improvement, the adjustment of school fees. Now, the possibilities that arose from these causes are the following. For the preschool teacher, it was the improvement of her teaching activities, especially in using technology. Because of the trainings and seminars, and because of the consultation with the parents, she was able to actually improve her pedagogy in online education. She shared to us that the parents um, advised her that perhaps she could hold up the materials on screen and perhaps she could exaggerate her gestures more to better engage the learner so that the children would be more focused on screen. So in those tips, in those tricks shared to her by the parents, she was actually able to engage the learners more and improve her teaching practice and activities. So for the department head, the possibilities are the strengthened connection among the three stakeholders. The department head saw that the preschool teacher and the parents were really getting along together. So the department head now wants to think of ways to strengthen that connection and include herself in that network. And lastly, for the parents of preschool students, the possibilities are their increased engagement and loyalty to STMS. They made the bold move of enrolling their children despite the new modality, unusual modality, and they relied on their trust on STMS that they would deliver quality education despite everything being new to them. So because the STMS was able to adjust its teaching practice and activities, And because they were also able to decrease the school fees, that actually increased their engagement and loyalty to the school. Lastly, for the third step, or the design, this includes the identification of emergent themes and the construction of provocative propositions. So the emergent theme, we identified this based on the discovery and dream stages of our study. So for the preschool teacher, the emergent theme is her desire to learn and enhance her teaching skills. One of the groups mentioned that it is not only important to teach but also to learn. And this is really manifested in the preschool teacher. She shared to us that she was really passionate about teaching, but it was really apparent during our data gathering that she was also really excited to learn about the use of technology, about through feedbacks from the parents, and that theme was something that STMS can build upon. For the department head, the emergent theme is the fostering of an enabling environment. From the very beginning, the department head said that she is concerned with the mental health and well-being of the children. She also said that she wants to foster a collaborative environment with the teachers. She also wants to take into account the situation, the difficult situation of the parents, and that is why they adjusted the school fees. And at the same time, they decided to push back all the assignments to Friday so that the parents would be able to help their children during weekends when they're not working. So in those ways, they all point to the actual fostering of an enabling environment through the help of the department head. And lastly, for the parents of preschool students, the emergent theme is their trust for the STMS administration, as we've already explained earlier, and their close, tightly knit collaboration with the teacher. This, which was an improvement from previous practices of having consultation activities only once a month to now almost every day. Lastly, the provocative propositions for each stakeholder. For the preschool teacher, it was to retain and develop the use of technology in teaching. So she saw that she's gaining traction when it comes to using technology in her teaching practice, and she wants to learn more. She still wants to learn more. The department head, the proposition is to develop services and policies to ensure everyone's well-being. One of the propositions by the department head was to um, reduce the days per week of classes so that the students would only have to attend class 4 times a week rather than 5 times a week to so that the students would be given a day to rest. So in those propositions, in those types of policies, we actually see that the department head was very concerned with everyone's well-being, not only of the students, but also of teachers and of the parents. And lastly, the proposition for the parents is to retain and develop the conduct of virtual consultations and meetings. They attributed their high participation and engagement in consultation activities to it being conducted virtually rather than face to face. Because everything is done virtually now, they now have more time to attend to their children's needs and attend STMS activities. So they want to retain that practice. If you observe here, our responses, our questions were actually what they would retain and develop, not what they would change. To stay in line with our appreciative inquiry approach, we want to focus on the positive aspects rather than those that needed to be changed or removed altogether. Now we proceed with the conclusion. Ultimately, because of the underlying themes of learning, enabling environment, trust, and collaboration, STMS is successful in meeting its learning and instructional objectives despite the remote modality. So despite the new modality, everything was foreign to them at the very beginning because they were able to collaborate with the parents, with the teachers, because they fostered an enabling environment and the teacher really wanted to learn more. They were finally able to meet their desired objectives. And not only that, they were also able to surpass their objectives in other areas. For example, the school was able to explore new ways of teaching and improve its relationship with the students' parents. So we see here that not only was STMS able to meet its desired objectives, it was able to surpass that. It was able to go beyond their previous practices and actually improve despite the pandemic. And this proves the foundational theory of appreciative inquiry, that is, inquiry is inspired by life. For as long as life thrives in an individual, group, or organization, or school, such as the case of STMS, no matter how difficult the circumstance is, there will always be opportunities awaiting inquiry. And this is the opportunity that our case study grabbed. You know, we grabbed the opportunity to explore the inquiry or inquire about the opportunities in STMS as an institution. Now, I won't go into detail in the recommendations because I believe this was already discussed during the design stage. But our recommendations for STMS were to explore the use of technology in teaching, whether in face-to-face or remote settings, develop and implement policies and services on mental health and psychosocial support, enhance the relationship and teamwork among its faculty and staff through capacity building activities, systematize and institutionalize virtual communication mechanisms with the parents, and strengthen its collaboration with the parents and other stakeholders in the community. If you notice, these are lifted directly from our design because this is actually staying true to the AI process. But more than that, we also fielded some recommendations for future studies to do. So first, to focus on the specific domains of teaching in analyzing teaching practices. So we purposefully did not restrict ourselves to specific domains of teaching practice. We looked at it at a bigger picture. So now our recommendation for future studies is to focus on the different domains according to the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers. For example, they can focus on curriculum and planning, assessment and reporting, content knowledge and pedagogy, and etc. Our second recommendation is to use AI in analyzing institutions under other educational systems or levels. So for our study, we focused on a private preschool. We encourage other studies to explore studies on elementary or secondary, tertiary, postgraduate, or even in formal schools, private schools, non-formal schools, informal schools, and etc., so that we can set the grounds for a comparative study. And lastly, our last recommendation is to re-examine the teaching practices of STMS a few months or years after the completion of this study. Of course, our focus in the study were the successful practices, and success can become very subjective. What can be successful for one person might not be successful for another person, and what can be successful now might not be successful in the long run. So it is important that we look back to this study and re-implement it, keep in touch with our stakeholders so that we can measure how they were able to sustain the success of their teaching practices. So this actually calls for a longitudinal study. Finally, for the implications of our study, um, the implication of this study is for STMS to complete the AI process, and that is to fulfill the fourth and final step in the AI process, which is the co-construction of an action plan. We decided not to do the action plan ourselves because we believe in the principle of participation and the principle of ownership. So if STMS were to continue this AI exploration, they can make use of this case study of the discovery, dreaming, and designing steps in finalizing their action plan, co-constructing their action plan, and fulfilling their destiny in appreciative inquiry. So this concludes our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the uh, wonderful research. Nagustuhan ko po yung sinabi ni Sir kanina, um, kung ano yung applicable or yung mga research na nakuha nila, mga results may not be applicable to another school, another situation. And maganda nga po na yan din yung tanong natin for all presenters. Probably kahit dalawa ang magsugot for this first question. For the Q&A, this is for everybody. Given what you have learned from your case study, what do you think are the main ingredients of effective remote learning? Given what you have learned from your case study, what do you think are the main ingredients of effective remote learning? Kahit two responses, two groups can share their thoughts about this. Anyone from the groups? Given what you have learned from your case study, what do you think are the main ingredients of effective remote learning?
Can I
Any?
share po?
Yes po, yes sir.
Okay, so as we've explained just a few minutes ago, one of the very important ingredients in a successful remote learning is collaboration. So in our study, we focus on the collaboration among the department head or the school administration, the teachers, and the parents. But we also acknowledge the importance of collaborating with other education stakeholders. So we can also collaborate with non-government organizations, civil society organizations, government agencies, private institutions, and etc. So collaboration is really key to the success of not only remote learning, but any education program. Thank you po.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. How about another group?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, yes po. And may follow-up question din po pala. Um, okay. Uh, this question is for everybody na. Thank you, Sir Renz, for sharing yung sagot kanina. Each group, we would like to ask each group to identify and explain one key ingredient to effective remote learning. Sir Renz has already shared yung ano niya, yung sagot ng group nila kanina. So we would like to also listen from other groups. Ano yung one key ingredient to effective remote learning? Identify and explain one key ingredient to effective remote learning. May isa pong nagsasalita po kanina.
Yeah, see, Teacher Chris, oh, you were saying something?
I just would like to add from what Sir Renz has shared regarding collaboration. I think connected to collaboration is communication. I really found that really the most effective thing because the moment no, when we started this online learning thing, communication really played a very important role and that collaboration no these two are to would always be together so ka-groupmate ko si Sir Renz.
Okay po.
Thank you.
So may collaboration and communication doon sa group number 6 na ito yung mga ingredients for an effective remote learning. How about other groups? If each group can identify and explain kahit one key ingredient to effective remote learning.
Sir,
Hello,
for
sir.
group number 1, I'd like to answer one key ingredient po. This is Miss Noche. In our group, sir, I'd like to focus more on getting feedback from the stakeholders, especially in our case in the public elementary school. They will be having, they will celebrate the holidays. So it comes January 2021, that's the time that they will be facing the second quarter. So feedback is necessary. Soliciting feedback from parents, students is necessary for them to give a better remote learning for the students.
Okay po, so it's feedback, soliciting feedback for from students and parents. And probably kasama na din po dyan yung mga faculty natin. Just like other studies na
Yes, yes,
ginawa.
yes.
Okay po, for the next group.
Hello po, good afternoon.
Hi.
Actually, this is a realization after we have gone through with the interview with the open-ended questions and responses from teachers and students. It's very important no, for everybody, for every institution, be it an academic institution or whatsoever institution, uh, to always have a contingency plan no, for as an emergency response no, because it's very important for every institution to be prepared no, for this. And since we are not so prepared for this pandemic, so everyone is in the adjustment period, and we haven't included in our strategic plan every year a contingency for an emergency response to this pandemic. Good thing that there is this remote learning. So how come about the next few years we still encounter such and so on. So it's very important for this to have a contingency plan for as an emergency response.
Yes, sir. Sir Edison de la Cruz. Contingency plan naman po yung na-share niya. And for the remote learning, one of the literature na nabasa po namin, ang tawag na dito ay emergency remote learning kasi hindi, it was not expected, it was not planned talaga. So it's a good thing to have a contingency plan if ever for the next years we would hopefully not experience any disruptions in the sa school year. Not only for pandemic, probably for weather, siguro ano na tayo dun eh. Sa weather ay palagi nang nangyari kung may bagyo, but for this pandemic and longer period of time na disrupted yung classes, a contingency plan really would provide us a better experience and teaching experience and uh, learning experience for the students also. For another group po,
Um, Connected po with the first two groups, uh, which tackled communication and collaboration. So, add din po natin trust between or among the stakeholders. I think is also a good thing ngayon in this new normal, since uh, it's not enough that there is open communication, but there should also be openness to improvements. So after communicating what needs to be improved, uh, the 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 challenge lies if it would be addressed or if it would be resolved. So I think trust among stakeholders and openness to changes is a good thing during this new normal.
yun, maraming salamat po, Ma'am Princess Bulaklak. Openness to improvement, which can be built through trust between and among stakeholders. So, parang sa Japan, they have a saying na yung continuous improvement. I think that's Kaizen. I'm not so sure that we would continue to improve yung mga systems natin even with these disruptions na nangyayari. Long-term man, short-term man, resilience is not just about okay lang, but it's about really having a contingency plan and planning ahead whatever disruptions may occur. And tama nga po yun, openness to improvement and trust and continuing um, looking at the systems and improving what we can improve pa sa education sector natin and all the systems na we have. Okay po, do we have for another groups?
Hello po, sir. Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead, Ina. Yeah, sure.
Yes. Hello po. We think that determining the needs of our stakeholders, most especially the parents, the teacher, is a must, even kahit walang pandemya. So results showed that the effects or the impact of PPA in extending help to our parents, most especially in our area who lacks educational opportunities to deliver quality learning through projects like reading programs or numeracy program in the nearby barangay. So the need to strengthen the PTA is a must.
Okay po, so uh, yung mga stakeholders natin not just include yung ating mga teachers, not just mga students natin or the administrators, but also malaking part din po yung naibibigay part ng parents, especially dun po sa study ni na ma'am kanina. And nandito yung nakita nilang ingredient na to strengthen the PTA, which is usually nga hindi, parang ano lang minsan, mga ibang meetings lang, mga projects, ganun yung mga usual na PTA before. But right now, it's more than what projects they can do, but on really helping all stakeholders, the administration, the teachers, and also the parents, paano makapag-collaborate ang bawat isa so that the students, the pupils can have a valuable learning experience kahit na mediated, kahit na yung iba ay kulang sa mga phones or tablets that they need. So dun natin nakikita, and through the PTA for sure nabro-brought up ano yung mga needs ng bawat isa, bawat families, kasi magkakaiba din talaga ang needs, determining the needs of the parents and the students. Salamat po, ma'am. Do we have last one group? Tama po.
Sir, sir, for our group, we think it's the support from the LGU. So in addition to their answers, I think it's the support from LGUs in partnerships with different organizations. Kasi as we all know, medyo magastos talaga, and we need financial help in order for us to continue with this remote learning. So I think in addition to all the answers, it's better that we can find sources of financial help for us to continue with this, lalo na in the modular learning modality that we need a lot of printouts, modules to be distributed. Kasi in the case of our school po, not all students are given modules, so it is not 1:1. So I think a financial help is very crucial. Thank you.
Okay po, salamat po, Ma'am Michelle Berca. Indeed, yung isa sa mga malaking factor kaya hindi nakakapag-move on or nakukuha yung the best learning experience ng my students and even for our teachers, yung kakulangan talaga ng budget.
Yes.
Yun ang na-experience natin, and however, we should not be katulad ng nabanggit ni Ma'am Merca na hindi dapat ito yung mag-impede sa atin. That's why there are mga nababasa natin from the news na some of them are asking for partnerships sa mga individuals, sa mga groups, sa mga companies, and even sa LGU. So ito yung isang suggestion na sabi ko tama nga naman na we shouldn't box ourselves na tayo lang, faculty, students, administrator, parents, but we should also involve the LGU, other private organizations, private and public organizations, not only yung DepEd and CHED, but also other individuals talaga that are willing to help makapag-adjust ang bawat isa during this pandemic, and para magkaroon pa rin ng valuable and yung learning experience pa rin ng bawat isa ay nandoon pa rin, na hindi siya nawawala kasi sayang din yung pagkakataon to really learn, especially yung mga students natin, mga pupils. So thank you po. Meron pa po bang gustong idagdag si ma'am or other participants or mga speakers natin? Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you everyone for the wonderful presentation. Indeed, very interesting po lahat ng mga stories natin, mga researches natin, and talagang kanina nga po pinag-usapan namin na magandang isang breakout room na for a conference actually for this research na mga present po ng bawat isa. And now for the awarding of certificates. We would like to read the College of Public Affairs and Development would like to present the CPAF presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Maria Estela Noche, Clarizel Abistado, and Lijan Q. I hope I've pronounced your name right, for presenting the paper entitled Remote Learning Strategies of Lucena North First Elementary School during the COVID-19 pandemic. During the webinar, held on December 19, 2020 via Zoom and YouTube live stream. Signed, Dr. Evely Piserano, Head KMO and OIC Director IGRD, and of course, the officer in charge faculty of said 217, and Dr. Wena D. Tibacongis, OIC Dean CPAF. Thank you. And another certificate of appreciation to Princess Bulaklak and Kimberly Jane Salome for their paper titled An Appreciative Inquiry on the Implementation of Remote Blended Learning of PSHS Calabarzon Region Campus. For this webinar, also for this same webinar, signed Dr. Evely Serrano and Dr. Rowena Bacongis. Also, another certificate of appreciation to Edison P. De La Cruz, Janina Gibani, and Mary Jane Kim Sing for presenting the paper titled Seize the Day. Now I get it right. Seize the Day, Educational Continuity Through Remote Learning Strategies at Calamba City Science Integrated School during the same webinar conducted today, signed by Dr. Serrano and Dr. Bacongis. And certificate of appreciation presented to Jarina Mamino, Cherry Rose Cupon, and Rosa Vilma Garcia for presenting the paper titled Level of Engagement of Parent Educators in the Self-Learning Modular Strategy of Santo Tomas Elementary School Annex, Calauan, Laguna. Signed, Dr. Serrano and Dr. Bacongis. Also, certificate of appreciation presented to Jovile Ang, Christine Serenado, and Michelle Merca for presenting the paper entitled Responding to a Pandemic, a Case Study of the Modular Distance Learning Modality Implemented by Bagong Barrio Elementary School during this webinar, signed by Dr. Serrano and Dr. Bacongis. Also, another certificate of appreciation to Daniel Renz Rock, Criselda Luis, and Rose Ann Torres for presenting the paper entitled Using the Appreciative Inquiry, AI, Approach in Examining the Best Teaching Practices of the St. Therese Montessori School of San Pablo, CASA Department. Signed, Dr. Serrano and Dr. Bacongis. Okay, for the synthesis and closing, Ma'am Evely.
Thank you very much, Stoics. All right. So, yeah, just to sum up, okay, the presentations, okay, this afternoon. Now, as we have learned, navigating teaching and learning amidst the COVID-19 pandemic is really challenging. As reported by our presenters this afternoon, schools, teachers, students, and even parents, okay, encounter many problems. So to make a learning, to make remote learning, okay, work demands great effort. So while much of the responsibility goes to the teachers, our teachers cannot do things alone. Enabling mechanisms and other forms of support should be in place to help our teachers. However, we should remember that many of our schools, whether private or public schools, have limited resources. This, of course, is a hindrance to facilitating effective remote learning. Educational planning is thus critical as we aim to develop mechanisms to support our teachers. Effective planning is also needed to maximize, okay, our available resources. Now, this afternoon's presentations gave us a glimpse of the efforts of our schools and teachers to facilitate teaching and learning amidst the challenges and uncertainties. While efforts are commendable, as each group has noted, there is still room for improvement. Continuous capacity building for teachers, for one, is needed. Partnerships, okay, as noted by some of the groups, okay, partnerships with other stakeholders, starting with the parents, in the case of elementary schools and high schools, should be strengthened. So all in all, schools should continue to find ways to adapt to our new learning of facilitating teaching and learning. And this, of course, okay, requires research as done by our presenters. And this also entails effective educational planning. So to close, okay, this webinar, first of all, I would like to thank my SED 217 students for taking on the challenge of doing this case studies and of presenting also, okay, your findings in this webinar. So through this webinar, we hope that other educators who joined us this afternoon could learn with us. Again, thank you very much, SED 217 class, okay? So thank you very much for all your efforts and congratulations. Secondly, I would like to thank our ever lovely and dynamic OIC Dean, Dr. Rowena D.T. Bacongis, for gracing this learning event. So thank you, Ma'am Weng, okay, for your full support. Meanwhile, this webinar would not have been possible, okay, without the support of the Knowledge Management Office of the College of Public Affairs and Development. So to our technical coordinator, Ms. Ruth Cabral, thank you for hosting this Zoom webinar. So Ruth also prepared our webinar poster and managed the registration. So thank you very much, Ruth. And of course, to our dashing moderator, Stoics. Okay, so to Stoics Pasqua, thank you very much for serving as our moderator this afternoon. Many thanks also to Miss Sandy Tan, okay, for preparing the certificates. And speaking of certificates, again, for those who wish to receive a certificate of attendance, please make sure that you accomplish, okay, the evaluation. I think the link has been provided, okay, to us or will be earlier, right? So Stoics was able to share with us the link to that, and I think later they will also flash again the link to the evaluation. And I think that's included also in the email sent by Miss Ruth. And I would also like to acknowledge Miss Chi Britannico and Miss Ruth Rasco for preparing the KMO presentation slides and for providing additional support during this webinar. So thank you very much, Chi and Ruth. Lastly, thank you very much to our guest participants, okay, this afternoon for taking the time to join us and to learn with us this afternoon. And for those watching through Facebook, through our YouTube live stream, okay, so thank you for joining us. Okay, so this webinar, as mentioned earlier, has been recorded and you can view, okay, the recording through our YouTube, okay, channel and also through the CEPAF Facebook account, CEPAF UPLB, and through our Facebook page, okay, UPLB College of Public Affairs and Development. So if you're not yet following our Facebook page, okay, please follow, okay, our Facebook page, and you may also send us an invite, a friend, Facebook friend invite, okay, our CEPAF UPLB Facebook account. So what else? So let me take this opportunity to wish everyone, of course, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. So let's all stay safe and healthy. So thank you once again for participating in this afternoon's webinar. Stoics?
Okay po. Okay, to get your e-certificates, we have flashed here. Please access the evaluation form, and hopefully before December 21, na-accomplish na po natin ito. And then if you will not be able to receive your e-certificates after doing the evaluation form, please do email us at cipafkmo.uplb@up.edu.ph. So thank you very much for attending our seminar, and Merry Christmas po sa bawat isa sa atin.
Don't go yet because we'll have a photo, no? Group photo muna.
Yes.
Okay, so don't leave the meeting yet. So let's have a group picture to be facilitated by our technical coordinator, Miss Ruth. Okay, so for documentation purposes. Thank you. So for those who can open their cameras, you can open your cameras, okay, for the photo op. Okay, so yeah, Miss Ruth and I will take the photo, okay, for documentation purposes. Okay, and this will be shared also on our Facebook, SIPAF Facebook page. So thank you, everyone. Okay, Ruth.
Wait lang po.
Yes. So again, for those who can open their video cameras, you can do so that we can see your lovely and handsome faces. Okay.
Okay, ready?
Oh, because I changed your laptop. That's why I can't get in.
It's okay, ma'am. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, one more. Wala ko. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Everyone has na nakuha na lahat because we have two screens. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much to everyone. So for the set 217, just check our our Google Classroom for any further announcement. So thank you for your presentations, and again, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone.
Thank you, Pam.
Salamat po.
Happy New
Thank you po.
Year.
Very much, ma'am.
Merry
Merry
Christmas po.
Christmas.
Thank you.
Love everyone.